are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So I'll make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, most importantly, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing today? There are no wrong answers. Welcome. What do we want to call this energy right now? We've got, I think that there's a couple of things that we want to talk about in relationality to what we're seeing energetically. And I wanted to kind of point out that if you felt a lot of energetic shifts, specifically around or centered around this recent full moon, you have to recognize it's because it's not so much. Some of it is the full moon. A lot of it has to do with the confluence of shifts that were occurring at the same time that we saw that moon move into Leo, into at the time that we had that full moon, that we experienced a Capricorn full moon during Cancer season. Now, what do we effectively, I want to walk you through what we were seeing prior to going into that particular lunation cycle, because if you will recall, we had a good portion of time by which we discovered or we saw that Jupiter was in Cancer. Now, what does Jupiter in Cancer effectively teach us? It works us into the concept of understanding or working through the recognition of finding our energetic center, right? Jupiter in Cancer, I like to think of it very much like anchor energy, right? Because Jupiter carries a lot of density, and Cancerian energy is frequently about plumbing the depths of the self. It's working into the recognition of being able to find that ballast point. So what do we have that we experienced going through that whole period of Jupiter in Cancer? We have a lot of that steady anchoring that draws one further into one's energetic center. And it's not easy, right? This is why we talk about all of that work that we do in relationality to our shadow work effectively. Because when we're working through shadow work, the ability to effectively confront our anxiety, our fears, our concerns, our worries, when we're doing that appropriately, what do we effectively find there? It fortifies us. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that in the space by which we're going through our fears, we disregard them, right? Because it's only in the space by which we can be fortified in standing or navigating our fears are we able to effectively move forward and take appropriate action towards things. So that's what I wouldn't be surprised if you articulated to me that you went through a lot of that experience of Jupiter in Cancer, right? Having to do a lot of self-exploration, either on the feelings, either on the relationship surrounding the self, either upon the history of the self. But what is the beauty of that? When we see, right, when we see Jupiter moving into Leo, which is where we find ourselves now, right? That's almost like that anchor being like that's the anchor energetically being raised, right? It's being able to pull that. It's being able to find the energetic strength to be able to pull back up from those spaces, right? And sometimes it's not easy, right? Sometimes it can feel energetically exhausting. And to add to that, and I want to just point this out to give you a sense of all of the shifts that we saw around that full moon. If that wasn't enough, we also see that Mercury is retrograding right now. And Mercury is retrograding in Cancer. Now, I want to bring something up because it has to do with the misconception that everybody has in relationality to making base assumptions onto what one can expect during a retrograde. And I was saying this. I was saying this before the retrograde started, which, as I kept on saying, I have a feeling that the retrograde, from what I was seeing energetically, the pre-shadow of Mercury going into retrograde this time was going to feel worse than actually navigating Mercury retrograde. Because when you take into consideration, okay, when you take into consideration what I just mentioned, okay, when you think about the idea of Jupiter, kind of like this anchor that moves deeper into Cancer, right? Finding that center, right? You don't want to, and you don't want to pull up on that too quickly, right? Because when you pull up on things too quickly, that's how you cause trauma to things, right? It's sudden changes. It's things that happen too rapidly that can often create breakdowns instead of breakthroughs. And this is why we see that Mercury, right? Hear me, follow me on this, right? So as we see Jupiter moving into Leo, Mercury being in retrograde in Cancer actually helps with that journey, right? Because when we think about it, when you think about it almost as the raising of that anchor, right? Then it creates the sense or the space of being able to identify, right? The ability to move proportionately, right? The ability to move proportionately based upon what one is energetically observing or what one is energetically seeing, right? It's a Mercury retrograde that actually moves us through the appropriate conversation on the conservation of energy. And it's also one that walks us through the fact that there isn't, right, and we're seeing this across a lot of different spectrums right now, there's not a one size fits all approach to things, right? It's a conversation that says what might feel edifying and fortifying to one might feel detrimental and devastating to another. And this is why, and when we recognize this on our own healing journeys, we don't, like, when you recognize that, you don't start looking at others, right? This is where, this is a palliative for jealousy, right? Because when you recognize that that quality and condition is different, then you don't feel jealousy about things. You don't compare yourself to others because you recognize that everything is happening appropriate to our own energetic progress point. So we see that this is a lot of the work that may be taking shape during this period. And for some, and I just want to point this out, you're probably seeing this too. For some, that work is going to feel like finding like one center, one strength. For others, and I want to point this out, and we've just kind of been talking about this, and this is kind of like what we can expect with Pluto in Aquarius, right? It can feel, right? It can feel somewhat jarring or shocking in the sense of feeling the unexpectedness as it relates to, and we like to point this out, right? When we're not doing the shadow work within, it often expresses itself in shadow work without, right? And that doesn't mean necessarily, right? That, and I want to point you to understand, that doesn't mean necessarily that something wrong is happening, but it helps us to effectively call attention to things, right? Because sometimes, and I need to point this out, some of that work helps us identify what we need to work on internally but some of it is also recognizing and being able to identify the point of others' projections on us. So there's a little bit of that work there that we effectively need to work through. The positive, and here's the funny thing about it. I know we're still a little bit ahead of it, but I want to start talking. I want to start talking about that new moon that we've got coming up in a few weeks, because and this is something that I just notice when I do my readings, or when I'm studying through energetically, or I'm moving into the energy, because you'll remember I never articulate myself as an astrologer, but I look to the astrology to understand what I'm reading into. And what's interesting, and this is why I want to bring that up, when I articulated about the fact that we saw that when we think about Jupiter, right? When we think about Jupiter as that anchor moving deeper into Cancer, and now we think about the journey of Jupiter moving into Leo as that Cancer kind of raising, as it were, right? Or that the anchor raising. So what we effectively see or identify that occurs there, there's something very intriguing to pay attention to based upon the next lunation cycle, because I want you to pay attention to the fact that we articulated that one of the reasons that there may feel like there's a lot of gravity to the shifts that you're currently experiencing have to do with a lot of the confluence, right? The confluence of different planets that shifted around the same time as that moon did. What we also see is the fact that at the same time that we've got that new moon coming up, we're also going to be experiencing, right? The moon itself is effectively going to be in Cancer, but about an hour, like less than an hour after, about an hour after the moon moves into Cancer, right? Or that new moon happens in Cancer, it immediately moves into Leo, right? So it's a lot of energy in Leo right now, okay? So being able to recognize that and work through that, we're gonna be talking a lot, I feel like, this month, not only about Cancerian journeys, but also about Leonine journeys, because it's almost like a blended moon, if that makes sense. Okay. It's like there's a blending there that we need to effectively talk about, and it's a good blending, right? But it's more complicated, right? It's gonna feel a little bit more complicated, and it's gonna be a bit complicated, and I want to describe it like complicated in the best way possible. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. If you would like to learn more about the shifts that we're currently seeing in this full moon cycle, I would encourage you to head over to my stack, because if you go over there, I wrote a whole article based upon this full moon that we just experienced. However, that's also, and I also want, you can also head over there to find out about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, July 16th. I've been saying 17th this whole time. It's July 16th. It's Thursday, July 16th, okay? At 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards in the minor arcana. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do, head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and utilize the tarot to understand how to utilize those classes most effectively to help you with your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently, as I mentioned, on this full moon that we are navigating. I'll have one out shortly. I'm going to try to get out sooner rather than later about this new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages there. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. You'll also be the first one to be read for once we complete the daily collective, because anyone who's on the list before we get started has priority before we begin. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant or important for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. You can also get on the list today via the same methods that I mentioned. And if you're a paid member there, you are also entitled to the same benefits that I've listed for those who are super fam and subscribers. Thank you, Sora. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. Absolutely. Welcome, Paul. How are you doing today? Bring Pluto. Where do you want to bring Pluto back to? What, you want to bring Pluto back to Capricorn? No, 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 no. We didn't like Pluto in Capricorn. Okay, we didn't like Pluto in Capricorn. How are you doing today, Camden? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Absolutely. I need to point out, Naz, Yeshua never told you to worship Yeshua. Yeshua told us to effectively embody the practices and lessons that they were trying to teach. So make sure that you're not articulating upon. I don't think Yeshua would condone Yeshua worship. It's kind of antithetical to what they were trying to preach. How you doing today, Loretta? Oh, you're a 10, but it's 1 today. That's all right. We're going to get you up there, Loretta, okay? How are you doing today, Purse? So good to see you. And Michelle, thank you for joining us. How are you doing today, Rianka? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Absolutely. And how you doing today, Andre? Grand Rising, Dada. Oh, you do? It's not. I mean, yeah. I guess is it? Or is it the same one? My. It's a little bit. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more green on mine. Do you have the gray one? Okay. um. Just bear with me a minute. There we go. How are you doing today, Conchita? And Andre, thank you for those likes. Appreciate you. I know. Listen, Moons Yoga. Just here. I want you to just. I want you to just give it a little time. Okay, I know for this energy right now, I told you it was like, and I wouldn't be surprised like if it was before that full moon hit. Just give yourself time to ground in this energy. Like it'll get easier as we move through it. Chasing. You want to talk about Uranus aspecting Neptune at 1 degree, or do? Oh, we can. Well, we can talk about it. Speaking of which, I will point out though, you've got a free reading coming to you. I want to point out, I just need to stress. Okay, I just need to stress. You want to talk about it? I'll tell you. Here's how we can talk about it. You've got a free reading. Yeah, you weren't here yesterday. Bridget gifted you her free reading. That's what I have to explain to you. Like, that's what I have to tell you about Uranus aspecting Neptune at 1 degree orb. That's how what else would you like me to tell you about it? How you doing today, Avatar? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Absolutely, Rich Rising, Janae. So good to see you. I know I'm not doing good, but you're feeling deeply. This is what I'm taught. I just told you. This is what I just said. I know. Did you just? I just do. I want you to rewind. I want you to rewind everything that I just said and listen carefully to what I articulated was happening. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Grand Rock Spiral, good to see you, dear. How you doing? It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. How you doing, Bridget? Good to see you as well, dear. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising Mini. I Naz, I'm not sure what that has to do with anything we're talking about. Who's claiming like I never understand, like I need to point out it's really strange. It's really strange when you're trying to have a conversation with someone and 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 they start articulating as to whether like I don't think we were like we where does it even come from? We're all energetically divine. I don't think anybody's trying to articulate upon that. Again, make sure that. Hold on a minute. 1 second. Excellent. Hi there, Per. How you doing today, dear? Excellent. I know it has been. Grand Rising, Nicole. Good to see you too. It's okay. No, I'm glad that you were taking care of yourself. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, so my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective, but if you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. Remember, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were added to it. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Mm-hmm. Excellent. And guys, make sure to give Spiral some love. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to be very clear for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. All right. This the my channel is one that creates an environment that is welcoming to everybody who's here. If you're articulating or asking questions that are offensive or calling out a group of people, I will not hesitate in blocking and muting you immediately. And I also need to point out that the way that you start your day usually carries the shape of what you can expect from it. So I really need you to ask yourself, are those the choices that you want to make as you're articulating to the universe what you would like to find in your day? Absolutely. And just bear with me a moment, friends. Excellent. How you doing today? Good to see you. Okay. You were on the hold list from yesterday. I've got you on the list. I'm going to read the list right now for you, Bolton, for anybody who's on the hold list. So the list we have right now is Bolton, Nicole, Per, and Yaz. These are the individuals who got on the list prior to the Daily Collective starting. You will be having you will also be able to, we're going to give you priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. And if anybody wants to get on the list after the Daily Collective, you will be the first person read for. And you'll also, as well, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm doing well today, Helmet. How are you doing today? And welcome, Gary. Good to see you too. Excellent. All right. Hi there, Tommy. How are you doing? Welcome from Sweden. Excellent. Thank you for joining us. And how you doing today, Pax? Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. As a child, we're all taught to use our words, and all they can. I mean, I need to point this out, right? And I think that you've really articulated it well, Anita. You know, our words are blessings, and the way that we utilize our words is often is understanding what we can energetically. Our words are what we effectively reflect back out to the world. So, you know, and that's the only thing I'd articulate to those who think, like, I know that there are individuals, there's a lot of child energy that we get in the space, particularly on the place where we keep the videos. I know that you think that it's funny when you use your words in a derisive way, but you have to understand that you're literally putting that energy out. It comes back in ways or in forms that you might not expect. And I'm not saying that to you as a threat. I'm saying that to you from a genuine place of care and advice. So I just want you to take consideration in that, especially because it's so early. It's really early to be starting your day with that much avarice or derision, because that again, it's like you're putting that request out to the universe, that's what you would like to see reflected back in your experience. Just think about that, you know? Like, I don't know. It's like, I'm not even saying it from a place of anger. I'm saying it from a place of deep regret for those who don't recognize that, you know? How you doing today, Chuck? Welcome. Mm-hmm. All right. And one moment. Excellent. Thank you, Anita, and I appreciate you. How you doing today, Alana? I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. We do mediumship readings here. Um, if you would like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you. I'll also point out that we are going to be getting started on the Daily Collective shortly, and that is going to be a free collective reading for those who if you can't necessarily afford a reading. It's often common that the messages that need to come through on others' readings as well. But I'm sending you so much support on that healing journey. And I want you to know that everyone I read for in spirit is usually there. I've never met someone in spirit that isn't in a well protected place. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. How you doing today, dear? Excellent. I know it has been a minute. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended. Absolutely. I'm so glad to hear you're doing well, dear. Excellent. And welcome, Mitch. How you doing today? Yep. You just have to remember, if you're on the hold list, you just need to tell me the date you're on the hold list if you want to get put back on the list, okay? Absolutely. And thank you, Benson, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, friends, we are going to get started on our personal readings today. As you guys are aware, anyone who gets on the list before I go live has priority, which means they're read for before we start the daily collective. Thank you, Preppy. That's very kind of you to say. In terms of, and if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. The first person we're reading for today is going to be Bolton. So Bolton, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you have a particular question that you would like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. Excellent. All right. Preppy, if you'd like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for those who are non-paid members. And you can find the links to get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Chasing, if you'd like to get on, I'm happy to add you too. Chasing, you'll be the 5th person read for today. And again, thank you to Bridget for gifting Chasing that reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, we've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. And thank you for sharing the live, Benson. Excellent. All right, help with relationship. I got you, dear. Excellent. And thank you for being and thank you again. Before we get started on your reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, Bridget, thank you. I appreciate the gifts. It's the least I can do for those who are giving gifts. Absolutely. And thank you, Hedge, for the follow. All right. And where are we? I'm going to pin up Bolton here. Guys, make sure to give Bolton some love. Okay. And one more, please. So it's interesting because I feel like what I'm seeing here is like I'm genuinely seeing a situation by which someone is being it feels like very protective of you, But I feel like the hard part about it is it feels like there's some kind of hurt here that needs to be navigated. You know? And I want to kind of describe, like, when I'm effectively, the best way I can describe what I'm seeing, um, is I see you very, very energetically focused upon something. Like, I see you working very fastidiously, um, with a sense of purpose. And I see something, I see someone beside you that, um, is trying to effectively find the right, like finding the right direction is what I keep on getting. So the one thing I need to describe is I feel like you and another person need to start having more conversations about what the plans are going forward, because that's the one thing that I'm seeing here that feels like it's energetically missing, because a lot of that work that I see is happening is, it's interesting because like I feel like I feel like I see you much more, much more in the nature of trying to energetically conceive something, right? And whatever that conception is, the thing I keep on identifying is when one is trying, when one is trying to energetically conceive something in any way, we see this in nature as well. You can't conceive something if you don't feel like energetically safe, right? If you don't feel like one is energetically safe, there's no conception to be found. So I feel like I see somebody, like I see you kind of working very hard to try to create some kind of space that allows you to energetically concentrate. And I see another person around you that's equally trying to help facilitate upon that. But the thing I keep on identifying, and this is really important, is um, the difference between someone that says, take all the time you need, versus someone that says, take all the time you need, but recognize that I'm energetically waiting, right? Is the difference between someone who feels very energetically comfortable, right? In the work that they're in the space, like that's harmony, right? When another person says, take all the time you need, I'm good, like that is them operating in a place of harmony, versus the feeling, versus the feeling of someone who articulates, like who says something's okay, like, and I think that you know this, like the moment that someone says that something's okay, but they're broadcasting in every way, shape, form, or fashion that they actually feel very energetically burdened about something, right? And I feel like that is the conversation that you need to have with someone, right? The difference between fine and divine, right? Because fine, and this is what I see, like, because fine, right? This is why people like shudder when they hear the word fine, right? Because fine has come to mean something other than we intuit. Fine has come to mean like, okay, but I'm building resentment upon it, right? Like that's why when people hear the word fine, they often quiver, because fine has come to be defined. When somebody says fine nowadays, it means that they're far from fine, right? It means effectively that they're saying like, okay, like I'm agreeing to something, but I'm carrying a lot of resentment upon it because it feels, right? And the reason the reason that happens is because if you recognize what it means for something to become fine, it's because it's effectively grating upon us, right? And that observation of what effectively is graded upon, the one thing I would want to say is I want to make sure that you and another person are never resting on a fine, right? Like if one of you has said fine on something, it's not, right? Because and I think that that's the hardest. You have to almost make a rule with someone which says no fine answers, which is the observation of someone not articulating that they're energetically okay with something if it's very clear that they're not. And that's not to say, bottom of the deck, yeah, that's not to say that there aren't situations or circumstances by which we go out of the way for one another, right? But that's why we articulate them as extenuating, like that's literally the definition of an extenuating circumstance. It's an extenuation point by which another person articulates that they're energetically comfortable with something, but in moderation, right? Like that's you can't rest forever on a fine. So, and I think that means either you speaking up to another person on something that like on something that you've articulated that you're comfortable with but in moderation, right? Or something another person seems to be broadcasting to you in the way that they're energetically communicating based upon their own energetic feelings about it. So just be conscientious of that because I think like the thing I keep on seeing is I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like you and another person need to make sure that you're focusing on goal setting meetings or being able to effectively identify what what the ideal situation would be if you're not in the ideal situation so that you can effectively chart your progress week to week as it relates to getting closer towards it. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fifth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. I feel that. Thank you for confirmation. And thank you again. And thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. I listen. I look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Chasing. I don't want you missing an appointment to have a reading. Okay. No. Okay. You're not allowed. Okay. No. You're not gonna miss an appointment. I'll be here. Okay. All right. Spirit's first directive is taking care of our vessel first and foremost. Okay. So you make sure to go to your appointment, especially if it's health based. All right. I'm not gonna hear it. Don't encourage them, Per. Okay. Yep. Still getting used to generosity. The reading's not go anywhere. Don't miss your appointment on account of it. Okay. But also, that's very kind of you, Per, if you're saying that they can take your spot. How you doing today, Ayana? Hi there, Jay. Welcome. We haven't started the collective yet, Ayana. We're doing those who have priority first before we get started. The list is open if anybody else wants to get on the list. I've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. I got you, dear. They say they love you and believe marriage is the next step. They don't have, oh, I see. That's what I was, this is what I'm seeing. I mean, some of it I need to point out, right? I mean, it's hard. Like, look at this. I get it. Like, you see this energy? You know? Like, some of it has to do with the environment they're in. You know? Like, I think I honestly, I think it's interesting. Like, it's hard because when I see energy, like when I see somebody that's, I need to stress to you, I feel like this person is being honest because, um, it feels like I see somebody, like I don't know if this has to do with something that they like. I don't know if this has to do with like I don't know if this has to do with something that they do, but it's like I've got like all of this energy coming towards somebody, and the hard part about it is, um, you know, and I want you to like, the thing I think that's important is making sure, like I feel like the boundaries will stop so long as they're being energetically clear as to what you mean to them. Like making sure, like, and this is why I keep on seeing words are important, because that observation, right? Like that observation of being able to identify and articulate, right? Like I need to stress this. If another person makes it clear to another about what their status is, right? Then that's not their boundary issue. Like that's the message I feel like you need to deliver to someone, right? If another person is doing if is being clear as it relates to relating to others what their status is, that's not their boundary issue that they're energetically dealing with. You know, make sure that you're having a conversation with someone about that. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. Yes, the list is open, Ayana. If you'd like to get on it, you will be the second person read for once we complete the daily collective. Bear with me a moment. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you. Well, I mean, that's what you need to address. If there's a situation by which they're keeping other doors open and you're not energetically comfortable with it, then that's what you need to talk about, right? Because like that's the difference. Like that, like I keep on seeing a ring does not close doors, right? Like a ring is not going to close a door for someone. A ring is going to effectively turn up the heat. So make sure that they're being very clear upon what you feel needs to be done before you can move into a deeper sense of safety and security. Absolutely. Sending you support. Well, that is, I mean, like, that's the thing that's important to recognize, right? Like, you have to understand the context of a relationship, right? Like, if you have to understand if another individual is doing something that someone is uncomfortable with, then what else is the context of energetically cheating if not that, right? Like that is what you have to understand. That the identification point, right? That when we build relationships, a relationship is formed. The boundaries of relationships are formed by what we are and are not comfortable with. So if you've articulated, so if you guys cannot come into mutual agreement as to where comfortability rests, that's what needs to be resolved, right? Because you have to understand that when you articulate that in the context of partnership, right? The identification point of understanding the quality and condition of navigating discomfiture is the full stop, right? because that is the vehicle of the relationship, right? That's what navigates, right? That's literally what the relationship is. So in the context, you have to understand, and this is why we articulate, this is why we identify that there isn't one size fits all modality in healthy relationship, right? You can have a healthy relationship by which individuals hold a mutual comfortability point. The health of a relationship is articulated in the mutual comfortability point. And if something is happening that you're not comfortable with, then that is someone doing something outside the confines of the healthy relationship. I need to get you a book and we need to write this down for you because I feel like you've got a guided message coming through here. Okay? So remember, okay, a relationship, a healthy relationship is built upon mutual comfortability. Okay? And if somebody, right, if someone is doing something outside the confines of comfortability, of mutual comfortability, then that is someone doing something outside the confines of partnership, or outside the boundaries of partnership, right? And that's why we articulate upon the fact that that can be different for everyone, but it's the health of something operates in the mutual comfortability point. So that's what I meant in terms of you articulating and making sure that you're having those uncomfortable conversations, right? Those uncomfortable conversations on what you are and are not comfortable with. And I hope that helps in sending you so much support on that journey. That conversation will tell you everything you need to know. I see somebody who genuinely cares about you. I need to point out everything I'm seeing here, I do identify someone that feels like they're moving, they're moving towards you with comfortability, but the comfortability is found, like, if it's healthy, they're asking you if you're comfortable with it before they do anything about it. Okay? Like, that's how you have to assess that. And like that is the assessment. They will ask you if you are comfortable with it before they do something about it. And I hope that helps too. How you doing today, Zoe? Excellent. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these readings. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And how are you doing? Thank you, Sonia, for those gifts. I appreciate you. How you doing today, Cruz? Who am I reading for? Your cards are already coming out. What's up, Rom? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. How you doing today, Nicole? Good to see you, dear. And Lucas, thank you for the repost and sharing the live. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. Excellent. And Nicole, you are up next. Good to see you today. And before we continue with Nicole's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the air dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Mech, if you'd like to get on the list, yes, we've got 5 more spots available today before the list will be closed. And if you get on the list right now, just to give you a sense of timing, we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got 3 more people before we start the daily collective, and then we're going to do the daily collective, and then we've got 1 individual who's on after that, so you'll be after them. I will also point out that if you get on the list, even if you're not here for your reading, you never miss your reading here. So you get put on the hold list, and you can come back anytime and be added back to the list by just stating the date that you are added to the list. Okay, and you can get on the list via my tree that is being sent in my bio. It's 3 cards for $29 for those who are non-subscribers. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. And Per, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, let's continue right now. We're doing a dream interpretation. Got a dream interpretation coming through. Ooh, hold on a minute. Okay. Ooh, everybody's got dream interpretations today. Okay. All right. Is this outside tea? I'm just confirming. And guys, I'm gonna pin up Nicole. Make sure to give Nicole some love. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. All right. I got you, Nicole. And I'm going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. One of your cards is already out. All right. You know what guys do before we start our dream interpretations? We're going to bust out the dream coconut. Ooh. And just a reminder, friends, if you ever want to get on the list with a dream, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I had multiple mini dreams last night, woke up between a few short of breath and hungry. Not sure if that's significant. First fragment. Okay. I was sitting on a bed. It's a bit of a spicy dream. I'm just going to warn you guys. Okay. I was sitting on the bed in my sister's childhood room, and I felt like I was staying or visiting my parents. A soulmate friend of mine was in their bed unclothed. I was uncomfortable, but also unbothered as I was talking to them on the end of the bed, fully clothed. And in the dream, a lot of their parts were effectively anthropomorphized. I was embarrassed in an awakened state to be commenting this, but I don't want to leave out any details. My mom comes in and was immediately upset, rightly so, but they remained unbothered that they were there. And I can't remember the details of what we were talking about, but there's that. The next thing I remember was walking through my parents' hallway towards my mom's room, and I opened her door, and she's snoring in her bed. And as soon as I opened the door, a very large wolf runs out from her side of the bed where she was sleeping, runs into the hallway where my cat was sitting at the top of the steps, and she was a kitten in this dream. He snatched her up with his mouth and gently shook her. I charged at this wolf that was, 3 times larger than me. But before I could get to them, he dropped her in the same spot, and she was unharmed, just shaken up and covered in slobber. The wolf proceeded to run down the stairs and into the kitchen. I turned around to see if my mom was up, still standing in her doorway, and noticed a leopard tail hanging out from the base of her bed a few feet from me. It was moving like an irritated cat would move its tail when I bothered. I slowly closed the door and went downstairs. Next, I remember I was in my ex-in-law's house. This house was my great-grandparents' house, also in real life. So I never energetically feel uncomfortable in the house. My grandfather grew up in this house, and his bedroom is my ex's bedroom. Yes, my ex-husband. Yes. And my pop lived with me most of my childhood due to his health issues, but we were always very close. So I never felt uncomfortable in this house. And it was confirmation for me when I was dating my ex that we were meant to be together at that time. Anyway, his mom wanted to show me her Christmas's wall decorations. She's been awkwardly too nice and trying to impress me, but in the dream. But I knew I agreed to see this. It was plain, no red or green or any colors at all, just shelving on translucent plastic on a big white wall with a translucent plastic tree shelf thingy in the middle. She was very excited about them, and I didn't know how to react, so I just said, "Wow, that's nice," in a way that you tell someone who's on the verge of a mental breakdown. My kids were playing on the carpet with their toys next to me. This is where I woke up, and it was 4:23 a.m., and I got some water and ate something. I went back to bed eventually, and the next dream wasn't as lucid. I remember seeing my pet, and I remember more chaos, but I don't recall the events. Before I went to bed, initially I was very tired. I hadn't been able to do any self reads due to so much family or things going on in the evening. I did draw cards around this, but I didn't have the energy to fully do the whole reading. Excellent. And you did provide me with the context of the cards that you yourself drew. And I'm very glad to see that. I appreciate it. Excellent. All right, we're going to hold on to those for a minute. We're going to focus on this reading. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards around this read? Yeah, that's a pretty good dragon. Okay. All right. So what we're basically seeing, the dream itself, it's a shadow work dream navigating an intimacy wound. And so a couple of things before we get started in working through the dream space. First and foremost, please remember that when we're working through shadow work, often shadow work appears in individuals that we least expect it to. And the reason that the shadow work arrives in the space that we can't necessarily expect it to is the observation or the understanding that everything that we experience when it comes to shadow work, we've already been through, right? The dream space effectively shows it to us in a way that we can experience it so that we can better integrate it. So I want you to understand that in this shadow work dream, to a certain extent, what we see here, you have in some way, shape, or form experience. Now, with that context, let's revisit the dream space. And what do we see there? We see a sister's childhood room, right? And you articulated that you were staying or visiting your parents. Now, this is important because the guides are showing you, right, a moment of trauma by which you are navigating a space or place by which you should have felt energetically safe or comfortable. Now, you have to remember the space of having a healthy visitor, right? When you have a healthy visitor, you prioritize their safety and comfortability. But what do we see effectively happening there? We see you in an environment of safety, and then we see somebody who should be prioritizing your comfortability. What are they doing? Instead of prioritizing your comfortability, they are prioritizing their self gratification. So, this is potentially experiences by which you articulated, right? And I want to stress this, you articulated that you are energetically uncomfortable, right? In relationality to something, and another person, right, effectively articulated, right? And this is what we see. And this is also, and I want to help you understand that a lot of this dream is helping you to recover from circumstances or situations by which others tried to ingrain people pleasing in you too much, right? Because this is the violation. These are the type of violations that often can occur when we tell somebody, right, that it's worse to make it awkward than to articulate to another person that you're energetically uncomfortable, because you articulated upon the fact that you said that you were in this high alert state, right? And you are feeling deeply embarrassed, right? But the thing about it, it wasn't their embarrassment. It wasn't your embarrassment. It was theirs, right? Because the guides are showing you, right? The guides are making you aware of the dire situations that can occur when we articulate to another that they need to prioritize others' comfortability beyond their own feeling of safety and security. And that is why we identified the modality by which you articulated that it felt like there was an anthropomorphic quality, right? Someone becoming an animal in that dream space, which then leads to the space. And it's interesting that you articulated, right, that you articulated it in the form of an energetic snake, because a snake can be dangerous, right? A snake, there are snakes that are energetically poisonous. So the guides are effectively showing you in the tableau of the first portion of the dream, say, pay attention to the dangerous situations that can occur when individuals teach those who are young that they need to prioritize others' comfort over their own comfortability, because it leads to situations like you articulated in the first part of the dream, where obviously something wrong was going on, obviously something that another person should be mortified about, but instead, what are you feeling? You're feeling embarrassed when you shouldn't feel embarrassed. You should be, you should feel, and you should feel liberated to energetically speak upon it. So this is helping you identify the full healing in the context of it. And you said you can't remember the context, and this was further amplified, right? This was further amplified in the space by your own parent, right? Your own parent arriving in the dream space and being immediately upset, right? And obviously for good reason, because that is, and here's the thing about it, as long as the upsetness that they were feeling was directed towards the person who had become the snake, not to you, right? Because, and this is really important, which I think I need to stress, and this is something that you can effectively facilitate in relationality to where the shadow work exists. Again, and what's beautiful about this is your mom is coming through in the dream space here as your energetic protector and guide, right? So in the form of the mother coming through in the dream space, right? The identification point of understanding that the direction by which the anger was directed can tell you all you need to know as to what it is that you yourself are healing from. Because if that was a situation by which the person entered and they were angry at you, then that is the misplaced anger in the recognition point of effectively articulating, right? Navigating the space or nature that often those, like, that is the space or nature by which there needs to be an assessment as to why, right? You can't be upset at an energetic child that was taught to prioritize not making others uncomfortable to such an extent that they feel that heaviness and weight, because they were too embarrassed to say something, right? That would be the shape of the healing that you effectively are working through. But if it was directed towards the individual, then that is the guide that's effectively reflecting and showing you, right? Either way, it's showing you that the anger, right? The anger should be directed at the source of the individual doing something energetically inappropriate, right? And the anger or the frustration that one should feel in the space by which another person, and the only anger that that guide should feel is if you are carrying embarrassment, right? That's not your embarrassment that you are energetically carrying, right? That is them potentially feeling the indignation of navigating the space by which they made that you had to be put in an energetic position like that. Now, continuing, you said, and this is now we get further clarification on the source of that, and that's what's beautiful about the dream space is the guides are going to attenuate upon it. And we see that this is continued in the space by which you identify that you move through your parents' hallway towards your mother's room. So again, this is the same guide that we saw that was energetically protecting you. And you said you opened their door and they were sleeping in their bed. But as soon as you opened her door, a very large wolf ran out from her side of the bed where she was sleeping, ran into the hallway where your pet was, sitting at the top of the stairs, and you articulated that there was a kitten in the dream, and you identified that they snatched them up and shook them. And what did you do? Right? And this is the guide reframing what we just saw in the first part of the dream to help you relieve yourself of the embarrassment. Okay? And why do we see that? Because I will ask you right now, did that kitten run away? Did that kitten run away when they saw the wolf running to them, or did they freeze? Did the kitten run away or did it freeze? Because if it froze, this is the guide showing you. And are you mad at the kitten for freezing? No, you're not mad at the kitten for freezing because the kitten was terrified. And that is you. To the guides, that is the same situation, but now you're seeing it from the perspective of the guides, which is the opportunity that when another person, when an aggressor takes advantage of another energy, right, that they know is more vulnerable, we don't get angry about the vulnerable energy freezing up because it's natural for an energy to freeze up. You weren't embarrassed in that experience. You're telling yourself you were embarrassed, but the embarrassment that you were feeling was the calibration point of terror, right? Because the terror of what was happening was reflecting within you as embarrassment, because carrying it as embarrassment was what was protecting you, right? It was what was happening energetically. Better to carry it as embarrassment rather than terror because it's easier, right? It's easier on the system to energetically calibrate for. So this is a guide showing you how you may misperceive a memory of the past, right? Articulating your embarrassment that showed how energetically strong you were, because while you were going through a moment of embarrassment, most energy would have been absolutely terrified. So that is effectively both seeing how strong you were in a moment while also helping you heal and forgiving yourself for not energetically saying something. Because if someone is, here's the thing about it, if someone was being inappropriate, then you don't know how much more inappropriate they could get, right? So your ability to stay frozen in that moment was actually protecting you because it's the observation of them effectively seeing what they could get away with. So the fact that you were to say something or provoke them may have made the situation energetically worse instead of better. So that's the observation of you, like the guide's showing you that you may be putting too much blame on yourself for something that energetically occurred that ultimately was not your fault, but was your system doing your best to navigate a terrifying circumstance. And this is why you said that you saw the wolf snatch them up in their mouth and shake them And what did you do? Now you are in the form of the mother. You did what they did in terms of coming into the room, right? You effectively charged at them, and they dropped them on the spot, and they were unharmed and shaken, and they proceeded to run away. And you turned and you saw that your mom was up and standing in the doorway, and you noticed a leopard tail at the base of the bed. And the reason you saw the leopard tail at the base of the bed is your mom's a warrior. That's why you saw it, right? Your mom has that don't you dare. Your mom is in the form of the dream space, is articulating the strength that you find to effectively energetically say something, because it's the observation of being able to recognize and identify the fact that they've taught you self-empowerment, right? They've taught you, right? That's the lesson that's coming through in the dream space, but in the context of your mom as guide, and the leopard tail that says, right? You give someone the benefit of the doubt, but then you see what another person does with vulnerability, right? And that's all you need to see, because those that have bad intentions will utilize vulnerability to their highest advantage, while those that are in a healthy space protect vulnerability in all circumstances or situations. And that's why you said that even as they were in the doorway, you saw that there was a tail on the base of the bed, and it was moving like an irritated cat would move its tail when it was bothered, right? Because they were bothered, because it shouldn't have to be like that, right? Your mom shouldn't have to be, your mom, if we were living in a healthy world, your mom wouldn't have to be in leopard mode all the time, right? But it's irritated for a reason, because they're having to effectively articulate that there are situations that you need to be energetically prepared for. May have been situations by which they felt that they had to effectively articulate. I wouldn't be surprised if there were situations by which you felt like your mom was being overprotective, right? Because that's the observation of the energy, says better to be overprotective, right? Better to be overprotective. Better to be overprotective, but prepared for any eventuality, right? Next, you said, now that is the context. That is the context of everything. That is the context of the shape of your healing journey, right? And here's the thing about it, I wouldn't be surprised if what you just articulated didn't happen to you, but was a story that someone told you happened to them, right? Because the observation or the anthropomorphization is the fact by which another person may have had experiences that energetically traumatized them, that they effectively tried to articulate to you the shape of those stories. However, right, again, it becomes the caution point, it becomes the energetic parable, which is why you saw so many of those things becoming anthropomorphized, right? Now, this brings us to the observation of the relationship, because the relationship, again, when we see houses in the dream space, it either indicates the work we're doing on ourselves. So this was an energetic assessment of where you are. Now let's see it in the context of a past relationship. Now we see the false sense of security that one arose to in the sense of being able to meet someone in a home by which you already grew up, right? That's an unconscious advantage. That's an unconscious advantage that another person has, right? The false sense of security that one cannot help because you're literally moving in a house. You're literally moving in a house with them. This is wild if this is what actually happened. This is wild if this is what happened, because the house, you have to understand, the house is like a safety drug, right? You're in that house, no matter what's happening there, you're already going to feel an unconscious feeling of safety via the fact that you energetically have a lot of strong memories that were potentially associated to that. And who do you find there, right? You find someone there, and you felt, right? You felt that feeling. You felt that deep feeling by which you felt meant to be. But that was also, you have to understand, that meant to be feeling was probably amplified in the fact that you were building a relationship in a house that was already singing of your security, right? The house sings the song of your security already. And so that, and this is where we identify something that you noticed in the house that may have made you feel like something was passing strange, right? And again, I want to articulate that this is working through experiences in relationship. It might not necessarily be through the individuals that we see in the space of itself, because the dream often likes to bring forward things in energy that we least expect. However, the observation of something that you noticed that felt passing strange, right? That potentially made you feel like something was energetically off. And that was effectively identified in the space by which another person said that they wanted to show you their decorations, okay? And the feeling, right? The feeling of wanting to effectively impress you. And you said that you agreed to see them. And you said that there were no colors there. It just felt plastic on a big wall. But there was a big plastic tree shelf in the middle. And they were very excited about it. But you didn't know. You felt like there was something concerning there. Because you identified that though they seemed very excited about it, remember the embarrassment. Remember the embarrassment. Remember the embarrassment that you recognized was latent terror, right? Why were they always so worried? Why were they so worried about energetically pleasing you, right? Because what did we learn in the first part of the dream, right? The energetic anxiety of making sure that you energetically like something that can be indicative of something very wrong being in that house. The anxiety of the fear by which you might have energetically misperceived something and something very bad happening in the space by which they did not impress you, that can often be indicative of an energetic alarm bell in terms of identifying why someone was putting so much weight or priority in, right, the misperceived excitement that you potentially felt the haunting association with, to the latent fear that there was something scary happening there that would occur if they didn't feel that they were effectively that they were effectively impressing you enough. Bottom of the deck. In relationality to that third part of the dream, right? This is the third part of the dream there. The hard part about it, you have to understand, trauma likes to hide. And trauma likes to hide in the view of energetic embarrassment, right? The shape of trauma is often one by which another person gets energetically punished if they feel like someone embarrassed them, which creates the world of people pleasing. Because when the expectation arrives in terms of others, right, feeling the weight of others' opinions more than the people that they carry close to us, then we often can identify, right? We can often identify that there's something very wrong in an energetic relationship. So that was potentially some experience that you identified that navigated or made you feel like there was an alarm bell as it relates to the safety of another person, in the fact that they were putting too much weight or concern in impressing you for fear of what might happen if they didn't. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And sending you guys support. That was a very heavy read. Mm-hmm. And that's why you saw in the dream space that the decorations were plastic, right? The false the false sense, that everything was fine when you knew that it wasn't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Dot. I always appreciate when you guys share the live. Where's Bridget screaming intimacy wound? Yeah, I had someone super scared of learning from their dreams, and I sent them to you. Oh, Lucas, I really, I want to, I thank you. That's a really, that means a lot to me. It really does. And I need to point this out, guys. I want to give you a perfect example of a good reader, right? Like, I like to stress this. Good readers know, like I do this too. Good readers know what's in and out of their wheelhouses. The highest thing you can notice in a good reader is when one is able to effectively assess like what we can help another with. And I just want to thank you for that. And guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. I deeply appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Sending you support on that journey, Phoenix. Absolutely. Yeah, she was always has been. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I feel like that type of energy, and that's the thing with the leopard, they may have like inadvertently traumatized you with their stories. It's like, they're like, I went through it so that you don't have to, right? A lot of that. Oh, thank you so much, Marquilletta. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing about it, right? There are a lot, but here's the thing: better to be a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if an energy like that says better to be a lot than you be in danger, right? Yep, you do the same thing. Exactly. Thank you as well, Chasing. You're so welcome, Nicole. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live. Yes, I was screaming inside, but I couldn't express it. And I've noticed that's something I've worked hard on. But here's the thing about it, right? Like it's reason it's coming up in the dream space is that you can't blame yourself for that. That's why the guide showed you the wolf and the kitten, right? Like they're saying, would you blame the kitten? Then you can't blame yourself. Yeah, a huge lesson. But here's the thing about it, right? It's okay to take your time with it. Absolutely. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Ghost. All right, let's get to it. Oh, watching. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Absolutely. I'm sending you so much support. And well done in having the bravery. It's not easy. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? We did that, but we used a piercing gun like normal people. That's really kind of you, Jace. All right, let's get to it. How you doing today, Phil? And welcome, Detective. Hi there, Trex. Welcome. Sherry, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. We've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. And thank you guys so much. The next person we have on the list for today is Per, and I believe we're doing another dream interpretation. And Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Benjamin, I'm happy to try to clarify anything that you might have questions about. Mahmoud, your perception's riveting. Okay. I'm doing well, AK. How you doing? How you doing today, Selena? So good to see you, dear. Excellent. We're doing another dream interpretation on the disco. I got you. So, just a reminder, friends, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, particularly after the daily collective, now is a really great time to get on the list because it'll give you time to be able to write out the dream. I know. Well, the thing about it, I've been telling you guys, I would not be surprised. Remember how I articulated Jupiter's moved out of Cancer? A lot, like I told, a lot of healing coming up with him. Hi there, Estevan. Good to see you today. All right, let's get to it. And before we continue right now with Per's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. How you doing today, Mustafa? I hope you're having a lovely day. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the B. We're going to do it again. We'll do it again after the next reading. I mean, I feel like I usually say it, the Italian coming out. Hold on a minute. There we go. How you doing today, Harsh? I hope you're having a lovely day. Who summoned B? What happened to Ivana? Absolutely. Ivana, I was giggling last night on yesterday's reading. I imagine my great granddad, like, so it was wigged. We've talked about this, Lucas. There are a lot of wings in that deck, okay? You're pulling a Nikki here, okay? I never get those. You got to practice. Practice makes perfect, Selena. Absolutely. Excellent. All right. So we're doing a dream interpretation right now. Let's see, for Per. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Per? All right. Kind of like stretch before I start Per's dream readings here. Okay. I like the fact you wrote outside tea. I just want to point out, Per writes before we start this reading. Per writes before we start this dream interpretation. I have no clue what kind of shadow work I'm getting here. Okay, it's good, but I appreciate your honesty. Let's get to it, okay? All right, part 1. This part felt liminal. I love how you also title your dream spaces, liminal space. This part felt incredibly surreal. I was standing near an airplane at an airport, and somehow it became very clear that I had been gone for 138 days. I didn't feel like I was the one realizing it. It was almost like I wasn't even the person standing there. Instead, someone else was having that realization, either about themselves or about me. Part 2. I came home. Okay. Part 2. I came home. Yeah, the house was huge and filled with natural light, with an enormous underground garage. The grass in the backyard was well groomed and green. The little boy from next door kept showing up in the backyard, looking inside curiously. He told me that some new neighbors had moved in and that they owned a lot of cats. I went back inside. I had a massive floor-to-ceiling windows in the kitchen. As I bent down, I noticed that the seal around one of the windows near the floor was damaged. There was even a tiny little hole in it. I remember thinking that's annoying, but I wasn't too worried. It was something that could easily be repaired and wasn't affecting the condition of the house yet. My young gray short-haired cat was walking around the hallway, happily playing with about 4 unfamiliar kittens that looked about 2 months old. Further down the hallway, I found even more kittens. These looked different. Some of them appeared deformed. One kitten, for example, had an unusually large head with part of it that looked malformed. I kept walking down the hallway and headed downstairs towards the basement, and along the way, I noticed several adult cats I'd never seen before. When I reached the huge underground garage, I realized there were many more cats. They were everywhere. What confused me was there wasn't any opening in the house they could have used to get inside. I couldn't figure out how they'd gotten there. In the garage, I noticed that several of the neighboring garages had a rail system with a 90-degree turns, designed to move cars in and out of the garages. But there was no way the cats could have entered through that system. At the very back of the garage, I suddenly thought I saw my late cat, my astral warrior. He looked injured, or maybe sick. Tiny flies were buzzing around the basement, and all of a sudden I felt overwhelmed. My first thought was, how on earth am I supposed to take care of all these cats? Then I remembered what the little neighbor boy had told me earlier. The new neighbors had a lot of cats. I carefully picked up one of the kittens and went outside to find out where it belonged. I asked several people in the neighborhood, but nobody seemed to know anything. Eventually, I came to a house and there was a party going on. I asked one of the guests if the kitten might belong to them, and before they could answer, a very grumpy man walked over and bluntly told me they didn't have any cats. Almost immediately, their wife joined the conversation. She was visibly annoyed and asked how I had the nerve to question their guests instead of talking to her and her husband first. I remember thinking, wow, that's an overreaction. At the same time, I realized I'd probably gotten off on the wrong foot with my new neighbors, even though I was the one trying to find the kitten's owner. Still, I didn't blame myself. I genuinely didn't think I'd done anything wrong. At that point, I had no idea what to do next. Memorable detail. One detail that really stood out was the wife in the dream. Got it. All right, can I please get 4 cards? Bum, bum, bum. 2 more. Everybody in the dream is a guide, okay? Well, listen. The first part of the dream, I love this. This is so great. All right, the first part of the dream is it's the reason I went like this is it's divine counterpart connected. That's an astral dream. That was, I told you, every time I read for you right now, there you've got a divine counterpart that is not, they're not where they're from right now. They've been traveling, and so you recognizing them, realizing how long they've been gone is, I bet we could, here's the thing about it. We need to kind of track back to the space. Remember, we need to track back in your dream space as to when we saw that an energetic rift occurred, because I'm getting here that they're realizing it's been 138 days since that rift with a karmic. So there's that. It's also, and I think that one of the things that we see about that gives us confirmation is it's hard to be able to pull numbers back, right? It's hard to be able to pull numbers back in the dream space. So that's very 30, 60, 90. Yeah, it's very specific. So 30, 60, 90. They've almost been gone for about 4 months. So they've been out of, I wouldn't be surprised if this person's been out of relationship for about 4 months. And the fact that they're realizing, you didn't feel like you were the only one realizing it. Like you almost like weren't even the person standing there, that someone else was having that realization about themselves or about me. That's what they were thinking, right? I have a feeling. I want you to write down the date. I want you to write down the date because I feel like it might be an anniversary. Okay? There's something to keep in mind there. Because it's very specific. It's very specific, the amount of days that we see there. Okay? Now the second part of the dream. Now let's moving on. Okay, let's get to the second part of the dream. Because that's where the work is. I'm like, whatever, forget about the part. Okay. The second part of the dream is working, it's an energetic read. And the understanding that the energetic read is where we find you versus those around the self. And how do we see your energy right now? Pristine, right? You've got a house, it's filled with natural light. It's funny, I was trying to say light, and so I got life. An enormous underground garage, the grass, and I like the enormous underground garage means you've been doing your shadow work appropriately, right? So you got a nice house filled with light, an enormous underground garage. It's beautiful. Grass in the backyard's well groomed, green, everything's great. Okay? And then there's a little boy from next door who shows up, looking inside curiously. And he told you that there were some new neighbors had moved in and they owned a lot of cats. Okay? All right. And you went back inside and you had a massive, and you bent down and you noticed, right? And you noticed when you went back inside that there was a seal around one of your windows near the floor that seemed damaged. And there was even a tiny hole in it. And you remembered thinking that that was annoying, but you weren't too worried. It was something you could easily be repaired and wasn't affecting the condition of the house yet. Okay? And then you said that you identified that you saw your own cat walking around happily playing with 4 unfamiliar kittens that looked to be about 2 months old. Now, further down the hallway, okay, now we're starting to see, okay, here you are not worried about that little hole, okay? How did they get here, right? And you suddenly start finding, right? You start finding these little kittens around your house. And you said further down the hallway, you found even more. And these look different. And some of them appeared deformed. One, for instance, you said had an unusually large head. And part of it looked malformed. So with your guy, and you have to remember that in the context of this, your cat is acting as guide in the dream space. And it's what we effectively identify in the work of navigating. And this is what basically the guide is trying to show, which is no matter what we do in relationality to our own energetic hygiene, right? Our energetic hygiene cannot help but be impacted by the energy that we are in proximity to, right? And even in the space by which and I want to point these out, these are your guides, kittens, right? Because the guide is showing you something with this. And I need to point out the kitten with the big head is someone with a big ego, right? Like that's right, like there it is, like that's what the symbol is in the dream space, right? Because you said the big head is actually, it's working into the observation of being able to recognize that this is the way that life is, right? And the thing about it is we calibrate, right? We energetically calibrate for how energetically attentive we are to what it is that we're working through, right? So that's what we effectively see there. And so basically as you're moving through your home, you're finding more and more of these kittens, and they look different. And you said some of them appear to be deformed, but you have to understand that these are not, these are symbolic, energetic deformities, right? Because what you're identifying as deformed is the effective work that everybody is doing energetically. We all have, right? We all have, to a certain extent, energetic deformities, spiritually, right? Emotionally. We've all got wounds that we energetically carry. And you said, like you said, one, right? One potentially looked like they had a large head, which could be a big ego. Okay. But you have to understand, and this is what we often recognize, right? That often there's a reason, right? That the way that we effectively perceive things, right? The quality and condition as to what's creating the disturbance, or what's creating the necessity, right? Because sometimes, right? Sometimes you need an energetically large ego to protect through things, right? The shape of the ego is energetically carried often by what is energetic, like sometimes, right? And here's the thing about it. Sometimes we have a big ego because, like, there's an issue there. Sometimes we have a big ego because it's what effectively protected us or helped us navigate through things, right? Like often it's the shape or nature of that. Okay? Now, let's continue walking down the hallway, because again, these are your cat's kittens, so they're teaching you lessons. And it's not surprised, where do your cat's kittens go? They go to the basement. The shadow work, right? It's taking you to the shadow work. Okay? So you said you're going down, and suddenly you go down to your underground garage that you thought, and I want to point this out. I want to, like, this is the problem with shadow work. The problem with shadow work. There you were with the assumption when we started this dream, right? There you were with the assumption that you started this dream, that there wasn't any shadow work to be navigated, right? There you were with the understanding that when you started this dream, you didn't have any shadow work. And now, right? Now you go down to the basement, and what do you find in your basement? Nothing but kittens. Nothing but kittens. It's kittens. Kittens everywhere. All this shadow work, all this work one has to do, because, right? It's understanding. And this is why we articulate that we don't shy away from shadow work, right? Because there's nothing you can do that you can move through things shadow work free. If you're moving through something shadow work free, you're not doing anything, right? Like, it's not there, there's no work to be, like, it's always working through. Everything brings up more shadow work, right? There you are. Unless you just freeze, be like, don't do anything. Just don't do anything. Just don't do anything. If you don't do anything, there won't be any shadow work. Yeah, that's fine, but you're not doing anything, right? So there you are navigating this. And what are you doing as soon as you find the shadow work? This is what we do when we do shadow work. Whose shadow work is this? Okay, whose shadow work is this? And so what do you say? You said you're confused, right? You're confused because there wasn't an opening in the house where they could have gotten inside, but you couldn't figure out how they got in there, right? Do you see what you're doing? You see what you're doing? See what you're doing? Okay? And so what did you do? You saw, okay, that in the garage, you noticed that several of the neighboring garages, this is what's fascinating about it. This is where it gets fun. You said you noticed that several of the neighboring garages had a rail system with 90-degree turns designed to move cars in and out of the garages, but there was no way that the cats could have entered through that system, right? And at the very back of the garage, you thought you saw your late cat, who we identified was an astral warrior, and they looked injured or maybe sick, okay? And you said that there were tiny flies buzzing around the basement. Now, you said you also felt overwhelmed. And what was the first thing you thought? How am I going to take care of all of these? Okay? And you remembered what that little neighbor boy told you. The new neighbors had a lot of cats. Okay? Now, you carefully picked up one of the kittens and went outside to find out where it belonged. And you asked several people in the neighborhood, but nobody seemed to know anything. And eventually, you said you came to a house where there was a party going on. And you asked one of the guests if the kitten might belong to them. And before they could answer, someone very grumpy walked over and told you bluntly that they didn't have any cats. And almost immediately their wife joined them, and they were also annoyed and asked how I had the nerve to question their guests instead of talking to her and her husband first. So, what do we see? This is what's beautiful about this is the guides are showing you what often happens when we're doing our shadow work effectively, right? Because you're effectively navigating, you're working through something, and you're trying to decide if it's something that you need to work on internally, right? Or if it's something that you are dealing with externally. Now, the observation, right? There's two different things to contend with, which is the observation by which, right, you even identified that the hole, right, the hole that you saw was not large enough to allow for cats, for the kittens to appear. Okay? However, you also are basing an assumption off of information that you energetically received. Okay? And also, you're also experiencing an unreasonable amount of pushback in asking logical questions. Okay? So, what do we see? There's a quandary here, right? You're navigating an energetic quandary. And the quandary is trying to effectively identify or articulate and getting to a deeper understanding of what is energetically occurring. Now, the thing you have to understand is when we are trying to identify something, the space by which another person gets defensive about it can often be indicative of the fact that they themselves are energetically projecting. And you yourself recognize that to a certain extent, right? Here's the thing that you have to pay attention to, okay? In the observation of understanding that there are a lot of people, right? There were a lot of people if it was a party at that house, right? It could have been anybody, right? It could have been anybody in that house, right? The accusation that you made was not directed to the individuals that came, right? It wasn't directed to the individuals that you came towards, but rather they're similar. What it should have been met with was a similar proportion of energetic curiosity, right? The curiosity to effectively energetically assist or try to interpolate what was effectively happening is often amplified by another person's energetic eagerness to help. So the rigidness, right, the rigidness that you potentially experience is also building into the context of experiencing another person's shadow work. And this is often what impedes our ability to proceed through things, because there you were, right, just asking reasonable questions and experiencing a lot of energetic shadow work there, because that is also what often impedes our own ability to be able to work through things. Because if others are not as internally set to try to identify those qualities and characteristics in the self, right, then it becomes an energetic argument based upon another perceiving a false accusation when all one was trying to do was trying to get to the source of the matter. So what we effectively identify here, and this is what's interesting about it, because the space by which we notice, right, and this is where I want to introduce you to the fact that everybody in this dream is a guide, right? Because the guide, right, here you are, you never went into, right? I just need to point out, you never went back to that kid. You never went back to that kid, did you? You never went back to that kid. You never went back to that kid that seemed to be the authority on the cats, did you? You never went back to the kid. You never yeah, you never went back to the kid, right? You never went back to the kid. Very convenient for a kid to say that, right? Seems to know a lot about them cats. Seems to know an awful lot about them cats. Seems like there's one person in this dream space. Seems like there's one person in this dream space that seems to be the authority on the cats, which because that this is often, right? And this is what the guides are effectively trying to show you. And this is why I even see that the couple that showed up at the door, they were guides too, right? Right? They were guides too. And the reason, and why do you think they were grumpy about it? Because I bet that kid's been going around to everybody. Okay. I bet that kid in the dream space was going up to everybody, you know, doing a little tee hee tee, right? Pay attention to tee hee tee, right? Tee hee tee. When did all the where did all the where did the right? Pay attention, right? Because that is what this is the message. This is the message of and even the child in that dream was a guide, right? Because and what's interesting about it is we see that in the dream space, right? The child energy is the energy of the prankster, right? So it articulates upon the nature by which there are those, and you have to understand child energy. You have to understand child energy. The reason we describe that child energy is often prankster energy is because they have no manifestation goals beyond delight, right? That's why when you ask a child something, you're like, why'd you do that? And they're like, for thrills. For thrills. Right? Like you literally grab a child, you'd be like, why did you do that? Right? Like, why did you do that? And the child would be like, because I was bored and I have no manifestation goals, right? Because we often see this. So the observation, right? The observation of someone saying something completely, the observation of someone saying something completely energetically unreasonable, right? Is often and this is the thing about it, and this is often what happens with energy. Sometimes we understand that children miss, like, and this is what happens with child energy, and this is why we describe children being in that liminal space. Sometimes children just literally don't understand things, right? Sometimes they misperceive or misunderstand something that's energetically occurring, and in their interpretation that they energetically deliver to us, we don't get the full shape of information. Other times, right? Other times you get the tee hee tee, right? The tee hee tee, which is the tee hee tee of being like, why would you say that? Because it was very funny to me. Because it was very funny to me. And when you start to energetically maturate, you understand that tee hee tee should not come at the cost of another person's peace, right? That tee hee tee should not come at the cost of another person's peace, which is the space by which somebody articulates something that could genuinely hurt another person, right? The space by which another person articulates something specifically for the joy it brings them, without understanding the full context of the fact that others base decisions off of what others say from a point of joy. This is the sound of tragedy occurring, right? Because when we're not energetically attentive to it, then we can recognize circumstances or situations by which another person does something because they think it's funny, and another person gets devastatingly hurt in the consequences of their energetic actions. And this is why we often work, right? This is why we often work to help maturate those that are young, that move into things in that way. Because the understanding, right, the quality and condition of being able to understand that what one does, right, for delight should never come at the cost of another person's peace, right? Because the observation of those guides, right, looking towards looking towards the individual and articulating to you, right? And that's why they were grumpy, because they were grumpy because they were probably hearing that all day. Okay, they were probably hearing that all day, right? That someone was having a bit of play at their energetic expense. So that modality of being able to recognize those qualities and characteristics, it's interesting that the guides are bringing that forward to you, right? Because what the guides are effectively articulating is, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if you're healing from a karmic situation where someone wasn't fully mature, right? Where somebody, like, where someone was potentially still in their energetic, like their energetic, like you like to, I like to describe this. Someone who hasn't fully maturated doesn't let go of that in the sense by which they do something, right, for energetic kicks, but they don't realize the consequences that they can have on us. So I think it's really interesting that this dream is potentially coming up and arriving to you in the context of where you potentially find yourself now. Because particularly and especially if you had some kind of karmic that would often do things, right? that might have often did things that felt like they were like getting, I keep on getting someone who felt like they were getting a laugh at your expense. This might be the context by which it's helping you better understand that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. I've got 5 spots available today. If you would like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Well, and I need to point out what they're effectively showing you, right? What they're effectively showing you, okay? And I need to point this out. The guide tried to show this to you. I need to show you, realize the guide tried to show you the kitten, right? The kitten with the big head. You got to start listening to your guide more. Your guide was showing you where did the kitten with the big head lead you, right? To the shadow work, right? So pay attention, because your guide, right? Your guide was energetically articulating you that, right? So the young energy, right? Young energy with a big ego. Okay, your guide was like showing it to you. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps. Oh my God, that's so cute. Pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you for the follow, Horse. Thank you for sharing the live, Rom. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It was a very cool dream. And Avatar, thank you for those gifts, dear. Shadow work for life. Hashtag. If you're doing it right. Absolutely. I was asking whom my own shadow work belonged to, right? How you doing today, Cav? The list is open if you'd like to get on the list. Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you for those heart me's. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Jaylee. Mm-hmm. The kid tricked you. Exactly. Yes. Finally, some. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to be doing a little exploration on the individuals in that, because I know that we like we were talking about this, right? So there's at least three there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can relate. I was doing stuff in my dreams like a kid as well. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes. I like Nicole. Nicole's like, I know well this energy. The energy is, come here. Yeah. I got you, dear. Yeah, there's a line exactly. But this, I need to point this out. This is the important thing, right? And this is what when we're doing things like this is what we when we're doing things in a healthy way, right? We help others understand, right? That humor should never come at the cost of another's peace, right? And unfortunately, that's what you understood with the kitten with the big head. Is kittens with the big head sometimes don't recognize that humor should not come at the cost of another's peace, right? Yeah, absolutely. And Naya, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. That was awesome. Thank you, Ivana. You're so welcome, Per. And did you get on the list? Ayana, could you just send me the initial where you sent the donation? I'll be happy to confirm if you're on the list, dear. Thank you for those gifts, Jaylee. I appreciate you. And thank you for those heart puffs. Speaking of child energy, hold on a minute. One moment. Excellent. All right. And welcome, Dark. I hope you're having a lovely day. Johnny, these are donation-based reads, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-subscribers. Chief, you know, the sadness, the sadness that I was seeing there, um, it's saying to me, but the thing about it is, and I like to point this out, right? When we're not, when one is not used to having like younger energy around, right? It can often create the space of being like, why would someone do that, right? And I like to point out like that, you know, the understand, we don't talk enough about the recognition of working through the space of understanding that and this is often, like I like to point out, this is often what happens with childhood wounds in relationality to the fact that, like we say, like when we talk about, when we understand and we say that they don't know what they do, right? Like that's what the sadness that is occurring there. Because often when another person, right, and this is why we work to kind of purge, or like clear ourselves of delight that feels like it's entirely, right? Like our delight shouldn't come at the expense of another's, because when we don't work to educate others upon that, it can lead individuals to accidentally creating dire situations, right? Not out of spite. Like that's the worst thing about it. Not out of spite, but simply out of a lack of clarity in terms of what they might not necessarily be recognizing in relationality to the context that they're potentially creating, right? Like this is what's often difficult. Absolutely. And thank you also, Arcana, for the welcome. Chief, if you're here, you're doing shadow work right now. We're all doing shadow work. I know it's a scary word. It's a scary word for something that everybody does every single day. If you're going through that self assessment, if you're questioning things, if you're asking yourself if you're doing something right, you're actively engaging in shadow work, right? Like shadow work is what we do to fortify our decisions. And we're never perfect in it, but we do it the best that we can when we bring gravity to our experiences. Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue right now. Shadow work is the song that never ends. Oh my God, Nicole. Oh my gosh. I want to hug you. It's amazing. It's so good, right? Well said. Oh my God, you made my day. You made my day. All right, let's continue right now. It was very good. It was very good. Yeah. I mean, no, oh, it's a very good question, right? Do our guides do shadow work? Absolutely. Yeah, I like to point out this is why a good guide, I need to stress this. This is why a good guide never tells us what to do, right? This is why good guides advise, right? Because they don't want to get into the space of doing our shadow work for us, right? Because even in the context by which we do that, right? It's hard. I mean, I feel like, look, I work like I work through this with guides all the time. Sometimes I'm reading like I like to point out I'll read for guides. I got a person with two guides, right? Giving them completely different advice. It's like, guys are doing a lot of help there, I see, right? It's very helpful. It's but it depends. It's all different. It's all depending on the person, you know. Absolutely. Yeah, guide relationships remind me of new parents. We're learning along. No, this, and I like to point out, right? Everybody's learning, right? We're all learning together. That's what's so beautiful about it. All right, speaking of which, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'll tell you right now, there are some guides that I've read for that grieve about the state of affairs of things that are done in their name, because that's the shape or the nature by which they articulate that they never intended for something to be that way, right? Like I need to point this out. Like it's one of the detriments of the guides. The guides cannot stand it when another person is doing something deplorable and trying to articulate that they're doing it for the sake of a guide, right? A lot of those guides will be like, I would never, right? It's very convenient, right? It's very convenient to project your worst version of self on someone that can't be there to energetically speak differently upon it, right? That doesn't change. The guides more in that. The guides more in that most of all, right? How you doing today, Cosmic? Second call right now for Yaz. Second call right now for Yaz, if Yaz is here. If Yaz is not here, we are going to get started on our daily collective. One moment, please. Mm-hmm. Well, and I mean, I need to point this out, like, and I want to stress this, and Nicole, in the space by which you say you never want to bring ego into readings, we always, here's the thing about it, we can't shed our egos entirely, right? And the egos are not supposed to be shed, but when we're doing our ego work effectively, we work so that we can see clearly through the ego, right? Which is like the ego doesn't become mirror, it becomes glass, right? It's something that we're effectively able to reflect through upon. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Yaz is here. Perfect. Excellent. Good, because one of your cards is already out. I mean, that's an interesting way of putting it. I don't know if I would articulate that the ego, drawing out the energy of the self. I like to think of the ego as a shield layer, right? And like a healthy shield is not something that blocks your view, right? If your shield is working properly, it should protect you in all the right ways while also not allowing you to see things with clarity, right? Like that's when the ego is working most effectively. So I don't know if I would articulate upon it drawing out so much as it should. I mean, it actually, if it's working effectively, it should act as a healthy filtration, right? You'll be able to see things effectively, but also recognize when you have to put a stop to things. Oh, Cosmic, that's so beyond my purview. It does raise a lot of questions, though, doesn't it? It does raise a lot of questions. That's what I'll say about it. Mm-hmm. Did you, so Ayana, if you wanted to get on the list, these are donation-based readings. So all you need to do is head on over to, you just need to head on over to um, the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, and your donation will get you on the list for a reading. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-subscribers. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right. I like to think mine is always pure intention. I love others, but and I need to point this out, right? And I like to point out I like to make the assumption that everybody's operating on like best intentions. Like why wouldn't you? Right? Why wouldn't like everybody's it's but you have to understand purpose. Purpose clarifies intention. So our ability of being able to recognize or identify, right, the shape of our intentions is fortified by our purpose, right? Because that is often what's difficult about it. You know, having the best intentions is often it's not an, it's like it's a good start, but we have to work to fortify our intentions, you know? And this is where shadow work comes in. How you doing today, Colleen? Hi, dear. And thank you for joining my fan club, Colleen. I appreciate you. All right, let's get to it. So as a Yaz, I'm just pulling up your question now. Just bear with me one moment. All right. Let's see. And where did you post your question? I got it. Okay. Hi there. Welcome from Central Cali. Yeah, but here's the thing, Broken. We can't ever get rid of our egos. Even when we get rid of them, there's another one underneath it. Right? Like that's the thing about it. And I like Cancer season because it's often a conversation on that. Right? Like it's just it's working. You can't shed your ego entirely. Right? Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that, Oracle. All right, let's get to it. I need to take a moment to read over this message before we start the reading. So before we do so, I am going to take a moment. Yes. So how are you working right now? Um, what is your sanctuary thought? So what is a thought that helps you recenter and find energetic peace in the thinking of it? Okay. All right, one moment. Oh my goodness. I'm sending you so much support, Yaz. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh my dear. I'm sending you so much support right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. And I'm sending you so much support. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Blackbird. We'll do it again after the next reading. So the first thing I'm seeing is um, I feel like there's something, the thing about it is, how do I describe this? There's something really important in relationality to the observation of 2 individuals that are going through very, very different experiences. And the thing you have to understand about alignment is that alignment, there are a couple different ways that alignment can occur. Some are easier than others. There's an alignment that is effectively like a sublime alignment point where individuals are navigating the same experience together. And then there is an alignment point where energy finds harmony in very different energetic experiences. And the thing about it is, when we see that second one, circumstances can bring that up in a way by which another person can see it with clarity. And I see you, like, this is where I see you, right? in a situation by which you're feeling the sense of having to carry all of that shadow work. And I feel like the shadow work that I'm potentially seeing there is someone who does not recognize how wary another person is to make an individual angry, is what I keep on seeing. So I literally, and especially I keep on hearing, this is the hard thing with navigating another person's perturbance point, right? Because if another person is energetically perturbed when they're left alone, then it can create the space by which another person, right, stops taking care of themselves because, right, they're more concerned with making someone upset than being able to do what is energetically necessary. And I see I see a situation or circumstance where this is occurring, right? Like I see a situation by which another person basically is tiptoeing, right? Like tiptoeing around someone. And in the space by which they're energetically tiptoeing, right? Like that observation, I don't see you tiptoeing, right? And I think that even in the space, like even in the space by which you are walking, you're making another person see fully the fact that that person has been tiptoeing for a very, very long time. So I think that one of the things that's important about this is recognizing that the energy that you are informing about the tiptoe, were they aware that that person was tiptoeing, right? Were they aware and they didn't energetically care? Or were they in the context of understanding, right? And this is what I keep on seeing you helping another person to say, that the way that we energetically navigate through, right? The way that we energetically navigate through things is by defining what feels energetically appropriate. And the one thing I feel like that's important that you can help another person recognize and realize is it's totally okay to be angry, right? It's totally rational and reasonable to be angry when something, right? When something extraneous is energetically occurring, right? When something is energetically extraneous that's occurring, it is totally within one's right to be energetically upset. But when one is constantly, right, when one is constantly in a feeling of perpetual anger, that is something that we need to be attentive to within our own person, specifically and particularly, because I literally see a situation by which, and this is what happens, someone who's created an exceptional, and this is the problem that often happens in situations like this, somebody who inadvertently has created exceptional circumstances by which they effectively need somebody, right? They effectively need someone there because nobody else would possibly tolerate that type of treatment, right? Like that's what happens. Like that's literally what happens in situations like this. And so I see somebody navigating their own anxiety, right? And I see somebody who's absolutely abjectly terrified. And how is it effectively appearing to you? It's coming through the guise of anger, right? So there's that person who's absolutely terrified, and all they're expressing to everyone around them is anger. And meanwhile, I see somebody who is in a perpetual state of distress who keeps circumventing how serious something is. Why? Because they don't want to upset the energy that they already recognize is perpetually terrified. And so this is why I feel like you're, right, the blessing or benefit that you can bring to a certain situation or circumstance is helping them understand that you are not inclined to move into those roles, but you're inclined to help them see what they have been energetically missing, is what I keep on getting. Because your ability, right, your ability to articulate upon what you are and are not available for, right? And I can even see here the fact that it's difficult because I see you kind of caught in the middle of all of it. Bottom of the deck. I feel like I think that there's something very important about potentially, right? Potentially finding, right? Finding something that allows you, and I can even see this here. It's harder to heal something like this when you have no choice within the environment, right? There are some things that we can heal. And I know this is going to sound odd. There are some things that we can only heal from an energetic distance, right? There's some things that we can only do to heal from an energetic distance. So I want you to think. I want you to, and I keep on getting this to a certain extent, right? Like you don't even need to, you can create that sense of distance by articulating upon what your boundaries are, right? So you being able to say to somebody, this is the conversation I'm available for, this is what I will not stand to be present to, is going to help you kind of have to set some firm ground rules in terms of what you identify as respective behavior. And I know that, and even in the space by which I see that being energetically difficult, your ability to articulate upon what you will, like I keep on hearing, what you will and will not be available for, right? There's always a door you can close, right? There's always a door you can close. And if another person, right, and the way that you close that door is the space by which you say, I want you to understand that this door is not closed because I won't speak to you, but I won't be spoken to that way. Or I won't stand to tolerate you speaking to another in that way. Because that, right, particularly if someone feels that they need help with something, they can't have it both ways. And I think it's very difficult because I feel like it's hard because I see somebody who's put a lot of force of care towards someone, but the understanding of saying to another person, right, care is a choice, right? Care is a choice. And our ability to care is calibrated by how well we feel cared for. So that, like you kind of trying to bring that information to another, I keep on seeing that's some of the most healing work that you can do as it relates to something nourishing. But I also identify the fact that it does feel to a certain extent, right? It does feel to a certain extent that there's something really energetically important there in terms of being able to say to another, like I keep on saying, like the most important thing is make sure that you've carved out a safe space for yourself, which is the space by which another person has to be respective of your boundaries, right? If you cannot help them unless they're respective of your boundaries. So make sure that that's the first step that you're taking in terms of seeing like what you can do to heal that versus what you need to do to deal with it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Take a moment to read over the comments. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Ivana. How you doing today, Queen? I love that. Well, Queen, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. We've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. Yeah. Well, they don't see it because I keep on saying that they've been living in a reality of 2 this whole time. Yeah, I feel that. I think the only way to heal this is the distance, but I get that too. But like I said, you can always put a door between, you know? Exactly. Hi, Melissa. If you want to get on the list, we're about to get started on the collective. And after the collective, you'll be the second person read for. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Yaz. You're so welcome, Melissa. All right, let's continue right now. All right. I got you, Yaz. Um, I feel like there's something important about like the best thing I can see here is don't let anyone make you feel energetically uncomfortable. Bottom of the deck. Um, I have to stress here, like with this Ace of Cups, um, like it says to me, um, I keep on hearing friendliness is earned. Yeah, particularly with the swan energy. Um, I want you to, I feel like, and it has a little bit to do with what, like, I think it has a little bit to do with like your ability, um, to perceive others. Um, don't, like, it's almost saying to me, I feel like I see situations by which you like this often happens. Like you probably have a hard time connecting with others in relationality to what it is that you particularly feel interested in communicating upon. So I feel like it's saying to me like make sure that you're coming in there into the situation um with I keep on seeing with some kind of like it's saying to me like think of it as a way that you can get better feeling comfortable in situations by which you don't know a lot of people or that you're meeting others for the first time. That's the thing about some people, some energy loves that. Um, but it can sometimes feel a little out of place. But I keep on getting, I want you to think of out of place in the best way possible, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. All right. And Esperlut, thank you for the follow. Just bear with me one moment, please. All right, one moment. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. All right, perfect. Oh, I'll confirm that it came through, dear. Can you just send me the initials where you sent it? Absolutely. You're so welcome, Yaz. Mm-hmm. Yeah, friendliness is earned makes a lot of sense. Arriving in a manner where I don't. Well, I feel like the thing about it is I don't know why, but I feel like there's something like, especially here's the thing about it with the star card in its reversal, it can sometimes feel like it says to me like sometimes feeling a little like I'm not sure if you're someone who's like an introvert. Like it gives like a star card in its reversal is like introvert problems, which is like often working into the space by which it's hard to energetically connect. So remember, a lot of people feel that too. So think about, I feel like it's interesting. Like I'm actually saying, like, think about how to be a better bridge as it relates to communicating. You know, like focus on, especially with that swan, like focus on bridge energy, if that makes sense. You're so welcome, Dee. Excellent. All right. Perfect. All right, so we are going to get started on our daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, we've still got 5 spots available before the list is closed. All right. And just a reminder, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-Lio. 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from Spirit Life Path, angelic, dream interpretation, mediumship, love readings, pet readings. Just bear with me a moment. Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, symbol, and signal decoding. If you've got information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. And also, please remember, thank you, dear. We've got 4 more spots available today if you'd like to claim a spot. And if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. One moment, please. Excellent. It's well, Nikki. Thank you. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. And just bear with me a moment. Also, the other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. Excellent. All right. Why don't we get to it? And just bear with me a moment. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And before we get started on today's daily collective, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. After our daily collective. All right. And just bear with me a moment, and we will begin. Oh, just bear with me a moment. Just remove this individual. Got it. Thank you guys for your patience. You can. There's more than one dragon in the deck, Ella. Hi there, Hannah. I'll confirm right now. Thank you for letting me check before we get started. Excellent. I got you, Hannah. And we've got 3 more spots available before we get started. Before we do begin, I am going to take a moment. I'll be right back before we begin, and then we'll get started on our readings. Just bear with me one moment. All right. You're so welcome, Hannah. And I'm going to read the list before we get started just to confirm the list is accurate. So the list we have right now is we've got Chasing, Afterwards, Anjali, and Hannah. If anybody else wants to get on right now, you will be the 4th person read for. Excellent. All right. That said, no better time than the... Oh, you did too, Melissa? Thank you. See, this is why I asked. Excellent. We've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. All right, why don't we get started? How you doing today, Dustin? Hope you're having a lovely day. Excellent. I'm doing well today, Trey. How are you doing? Thank you for the compliment, Melvin. Excellent. All right, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for Wednesday, July 1st, 2026. We are going to get started on our harmonic energy update today. First 3 cards in our 5-card spread utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck are, we've got the King of Cups in its reversal in combination with the High Priestess in its reversal in combination with, and the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in these cards. So as you may be aware, we've had a lot of energetic shifts that have happened recently. This was a very big full moon. And the reason that this full moon was so impactful isn't necessarily just because of the fact that we were going through a Capricorn full moon cycle, which can bring a lot of energetic feelings up. Also, the fact that we're going through it during Cancer season, so we were already deep in our emotional space. However, you also have to pay attention to the fact that at the same time, pretty much at the same time that we were going through a lot of that intensity, we also were navigating the fact that Jupiter was moving into Leo and in the same exact space as Mercury going retrograde. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you right now, that is a lot of energetic things happening all at once. Okay, that's a lot of moving parts. The way that you're effectively navigating this energy is potentially going to feel, I would not be surprised if you're working deep in the realm of the feelings right now, or you're feeling very extra sensitive. Okay. Because the way I've been describing this, like the best way I can effectively describe what I'm seeing energetically is I want you to imagine, right? I want you to imagine that Jupiter is very much like an anchor, right? We saw that throughout the whole period that we were going through Cancer season, right? Just moving deeper and deeper into the being energetically centered within the self. And then this full moon in Capricorn is all about like the state or nature of what it takes to effectively uplift things, right? And it's hard, right? Because you have to understand, I like to kind of imagine, like, see this, like Cancer era energy can feel like there's a lot of that energetic pressure. And then often in the space by which we're trying to work to uplift, it can feel, right? It can often feel like things are pushing against it. But that observation, and I like to point this out, this is where some of that Leo energy is going to be helpful, because what is the uplift, right? The uplift is love, right? Like that's where I'm very happy to see that a lot of the planets are moving into like Leo right now, because we're going to talk about it. Love gives us strength to do things that we've never energetically done before. So I want you to kind of be energetically aware of that. And I want you to make sure that you're leading right now from a place of compassion, compassion for the self, compassion for the energy around the self. And that doesn't mean that you have to be in the space of being effectively working through everything in terms of identifying what feels difficult, but make sure that you're articulate upon your feelings, because this is having, right? We're going to talk a little bit about how this is affecting the different energies and relationality right now. We're going to start first by talking through a lot of those strength relationships. Remember, I told you we were going into strength partnerships. This is the strength that I was energetically talking about, right? It's building into the force of intentionality. It's being able to find that effective work. And it's hard for a lot of the energy that's doing this work right now, specifically and particularly given the fact that in the middle of all of that energetic shifting, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of feelings from the past that are energetically emerging, right? Because that's often what we have, right? And I like to kind of describe this like Jupiter in Cancer is subver is sub it's subterranean, right? It's effectively, it's working into the space of being deep within the well of the feelings, right? It's being immersed in the energetic feelings, right? And the process by which we move into Leo can often feel, right? It can often feel like an energetic cleansing point. But the cleansing that we effectively identify there can often effectively reveal to us what it is that we need to work upon even further, right? And our ability to be able to navigate or recognize what we need to work upon further is an energetic blessing point, right? Because it shows us where the work needs to go. It shows us what we need to be energetically attentive to. So, for a lot of the energy that we see in solitude right now, those strength relationships, this is what it potentially feels like. We've got that King of Cups in its reversal there. And the King of Cups in its reversal is working into, right? It's working into the context or the arrival point of understanding and recognizing like what effectively hurts, so that we can begin the messy energetic process of healing. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, the best way to effectively articulate this, and I feel like I see a lot of the energy in solitude doing this is effectively finding ways to communicate upon one's feelings effectively, right? And so, for a lot of the energy effectively working into that context, we see that that could be the expression of being able to identify and recognize. And this is what's beautiful about that. I feel like for a lot of the energy, the observation of being able to articulate to another the experiences, right? The experiences that have effectively impacted us, right? The experiences that effectively impacted us often carry the shape of being able to articulate to another how we ourselves are trying to get stronger. So this is like I keep on getting like, look at the combination of energy here is working on heavy lifting. And I feel like for a lot of that energy, and remembering that these were the relationships that had started to come together since that Taurus new moon energy, right? The ability to identify and feel fortified by one's strength is what is helping energy. Basically, I keep on hearing healing things that they potentially thought that they would be carrying indefinitely, right? And I got to describe, there's a little bit of that work that we identify in relationality to, and you have to also understand that Chiron has just moved into Taurus too. And Chiron moving into Taurus can often help us understand that what's amazing about our healing journey is that sometimes when we're working on healing, the thing that we hope to heal might never be as strong as we ideally aspire it to be, but everything around it becomes stronger, right? It creates, it's like, I like to point out Chiron in Taurus talks to us about the work that often happens, right? The shape of the healing that we do that is navigated by what feels, right? What feels energetically impossible, that then makes us find the ability to do something in a way that we've never done it before, right? So there's something very important about that, because I feel like that's what we're seeing for a lot of those new relationships, right? They're seeing they're seeing themselves doing what others potentially articulated was impossible, and in the modality by which they're doing it, they're recognizing and they're feeling the full, like they're finding the confidence of being energetically empowered in the best way, because that empowerment point helps us to be able to articulate upon one's own sense of energetic capacity. So I feel like that's a continuation of the journey that we saw moving out of those world relationships, because they're honoring the healing that they've found in those transformational journeys. Now that is bringing us to the High Priestess in its reversal. Now this is effectively talking towards what we see is potentially happening for a lot of those world relationships. And you'll recall that those world relationships were coming together between the time of that Taurus new moon all the way back to the Capricorn new moon. Now it's very important that we kind of identify that, because Capricorn moon cycles can sometimes help us be able to identify the full extent of hurt, right? And the thing about it is, and I want you to understand, especially with world relationships, the ability to effectively identify the full extent of hurt allows us to be able to articulate and amplify what it is that we're working to heal. And so I feel like this is a continuation point in relationality to some of those world relationships, because I feel like what we're effectively seeing there is the energy, like, I feel like there's nothing that's being observed there that doesn't feel, to a certain extent, like there's no delusion, is what I keep on getting, right? Like there's no energetic delusion. And in fact, I feel like a lot of that is being able to, like, what's happening in some of those world relationships that feels so significant and important has to do with the observation of being able to articulate to another the full shape of what they themselves are trying to do better, right? Like I like this, because this is almost like the world relationships trying to articulate upon, like, having no delusions upon the state or nature of things that allows someone to be able to do something in a way that they've never done it before, right? Like there's a lot of that tenacity there. and there's a lot of that energetic strength. But it also, I feel like there's something important, because I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those world relationships are identifying or recognizing deficits in order to build into better, like it's like the identification of a deficit in order to effectively work to build more support into it. Now this brings us to um, this brings us to the moon relationships. And you'll remember that the moon relationships were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon cycle, which we experienced back in January, leading into when Uranus first went retrograde back in September. These relationships, I just keep on seeing them in building mode. I've got them heads down. Every time I'm reading for them right now, it feels to me like there's a lot, like it's saying to me like there's incremental effort that's paying off in big ways, right? Being able to effectively, I keep on seeing being able to effectively moving things forward effectively, that allows, right, that allows for a deeper sense of energetic possibility. But I keep on getting not just possibility, but the ability to effectively recognize or identify where they're putting that effort. And I like this as well, because it's interesting, because I feel like for a lot of those moon relationships, the moon relationships are navigating the full gravitas and responsibility of partnership. And what's interesting about that is, if you'll recall, we talked about the fact that for a lot of those relationships, the observation of being able to articulate and say to another, like the full capacity of meaning as it relates to the significance of the relationship. I feel like it's interesting, because like this feels very much like those relationships are like in the process of moving even deeper into partnership via those responsibilities, right? Because there's a lot of that, and it's interesting too, because there's a lot of that depth of intention that we're identifying there, that is almost articulating upon work. I wouldn't be surprised if they're reshaping or re-understanding the nature of what feels so, like I almost feel like something that they may have thought in the past was trivial, right? Like almost seeing something in a trivial way that they're now starting to see the full meaning of, given the fact of being in the space by which one is experiencing it, right? And that's what's so hard. That's sometimes what's so hard to be able to express to another, right? The full force of intention. And this is what we talk about with wisdom. Like everyone's like, yeah, I know what you mean, being like, but you don't know what I mean until you've energetically experienced it, right? And working through that information, right? Working through like the dexterity that's required to go through deep transformational processes. I just keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy that's potentially articulating upon the full shape of things. But even in the context by which they're articulating the full shape of them, they're being able to communicate why things, like why meanings to things are so important and necessary, right? It's like a new sense of meaning to something that one may have potentially thought was trivial before. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread, we've got the 9 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the Empress card in its upright. It's always really important to me when we see the High Priestess and the Empress card out. And I need to point out something here that's very important. And you know, you've probably heard me say this before. A High Priestess in its reversal is still a High Priestess, right? A High Priestess in its reversal is still a high priestess. But the thing about it is, and I like to describe, um, a high priestess, when it's in its upright, is often working into the context of being energetically tight-lipped about things. You know what I mean? Like this is effectively, right? We see this here to a certain extent, and it works through the context of being able to identify or recognize um, what and when and how we're energetically silent upon things, right? And this is what I feel like is moving us back into a lot of that energy that we identify, particularly as it relates to the energy that is coming into relationship right now with it, which is those strength relationships. And the thing you have to understand is the observation, right? The observation of working into high priestess. And I want to describe this too, right? Because a high priestess in the space of working through, right? High priestess often articulates that the ability to be energetically silent upon something is a gift, right? Because it's the work that we're effectively doing that we recognize allows one to be able to move through things, right? And when we understand, like when we're working through, like I like to describe this with the high priestess in its reversal and the empress in its upright, that's the journey that articulates upon, right? Like it says, like it's building into the context of what we effectively articulate that we're energetically tolerating, right? And you'll often see this too, because, and I want you to point out, like sometimes trauma environments, right? Like sometimes trauma environments will try to articulate and be like, that's not very high priestess of you, right? Like the state by which another person tries to articulate that it's sophisticated not to energetically care, right? Like there's that energy there, right? Like when you recognize that energy, like when you recognize that trauma tries to articulate that it's not very sophisticated to care, then you get very conscientious about making others aware that you care about things, right? You make others energetically aware that there's something that you care about. And so I kind of like, I know this sounds a little bit like odd, but you have to understand that when we're navigating the space of reading cards, sometimes the high priestess in its reversal with an empress, they actually move in harmony together, because that's the space by which one is able to energetically articulate and understand that, right? Like when we bring voice to things, it's because we're articulating upon something that needs to energetically heal. That's something that needs to effectively come into a better state of healing. So I think that this is important because everything we're effectively seeing there, particularly and especially with a lot of those new relationships that are forming, right, is they're amplified by their force of care, right? Like they're amplified by they're amplified by their force of care, and it's that care, right? It's that care that they effectively apply to things that identify, like this is the depth or the healing that's being found in those relationships, because it's communicating or experiencing to them exactly, right? They're sharing upon the meaning in relationality to what's important to them. And this brings us back to those world relationships. Clarification between the King of Cups in its reversal and the High Priestess in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Seven of Cups in its reversal. So what are we seeing there with the Seven of Cups in its reversal? The Seven of Cups in its reversal. Work us through the observation. And I want to point this out. Some of these world relationships right now, I would not be surprised if they're slowing things. Like, it's interesting. So remember how I said before that the energy was rushing through things? I feel like now the energy is slowing things down. And the reason I'm identifying the fact that there's a bit of that proximity as it relates to slowness there has to do, right? It has to do with the observation of effectively taking step-by-step approaches to things. So I feel like for a lot of those world relationships, the ability to effectively do things together is allowing them to take more step-by-step approaches to things, because of that observation of being able to work through those approaches is effectively, like, I feel like these are the building blocks, right? Like, these are the building blocks that they're effectively creating as it relates to what they're trying to effectively do together. So I feel like for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's saying, and I'm not surprised to see this, given the fact that we're also coming out of, given the fact that we're also coming out of that, this Gemini energy, right? Like, you get everything out, right? It's like you get everything out, so then you can find new energetic ways to effectively balance things. So it's interesting because I feel like there's a lot of balancing that I'm seeing there with world relationships, because it's the articulation that says everything is possible with the right energetic schedule, right? Now, continuing through between the High Priestess energy in its reversal, in combination with the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got the Six of Swords in its upright. So what do we identify with that Six of Swords in its upright? The Six of Swords in its upright, and this is moving us back into those moon relationships. The Six of Swords in its upright is effectively, and it's very curious, because I would not be surprised if for some of those moon relationships right now, there's some sort of healthy conversation that's occurring in relationality to the time it effectively takes to energetically arrive to things, right? And I feel like there's something really beautiful about that, because I feel like there's a lot of those moon relationships are having conversations about what feels not just what feels healthy, but how they themselves effectively perceive things, right? Because you have to navigate, like, the thing I keep on seeing with these moon relationships is they're embodying a new phase that they didn't necessarily even know existed, right? And so for a lot of those relationships, like, working through a new phase is effectively helping them to effectively attenuate better. But working through some of that attenuation is giving themselves, right? Like, they're giving themselves some kind of rest, or they're allowing the context of taking more restive approaches to things. And even in the context by which they're taking more restive approaches to things, I see that they're like, it says even now, like, I feel like it's like I just keep on seeing this energy that's becoming, right? They're becoming more comfortable in an experience by which they've never perceived before, or something that they haven't conceived of, that's allowing them to be able to see everything with a new sense of understanding. Now, this is bringing us to the energy back in solitude, clarification between our Ace of Pentacles in combination with that Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. we've got the Five of Pentacles in its upright. So what are we seeing right now with that Five of Pentacles in its upright? And I need to describe, like, we gotta talk, like, I want to say, I gotta tell you, we gotta talk a little bit about this energy right now, because the thing you have to recognize with this energy that we're currently experiencing is it's working into the context, or working into the understanding, the quality and the condition by which we ourselves are able to better address things. And so what we're effectively identifying that I like for some of this energy that is in solitude right now is specifically the observation of being able to recognize or identify what doesn't feel like it is energetically in the service to the self, right? Like that observation helps us to be able to better understand or clarify the relationships or the situations that we are effectively working through. And I like to point this out because I feel like what's happening for a lot of these strength relationships is, like, I keep on seeing, like, the most important thing that I'm seeing with a lot of these strength relationships that are coming through right now is having absolutely no time in dealing with another person's shadow work, right? And I want to stress this because the thing about that, and you have to understand, right? The quality and the condition by which we effectively, and you guys know that I'm not a big fan of the word shadow work. I bring it up because we don't really have another word to describe it. But you have to recognize that when we're doing our shadow work effectively, our shadow work does not become each other's business, right? And that doesn't mean that there aren't extenuating circumstances by which we effectively have moments by which we feel really energetically triggered, or we work through something in a very deep way. But the observation or the experience by which we are able to effectively attenuate or give language to why, right? Why something wounds us as deeply as it does is often articulated by the understanding, right? It often leads to, right? And this is what's so important, right? The shape or nature by which in those moments we can see how far the wound goes, right? And there's something very significant about that, because I feel like what I'm seeing for a lot of those relationships is being able to not only, and this is what happens when we're able to attenuate upon the nature of the wounds that we carry, right? We get very good at seeing when another is working to avoid them, right? So I feel like that's interesting, because I feel like that is where, right? That's where a lot of these relationships are starting off. They're starting off where the hurt starts. And that's not, and I want to point out, that's not energy doing something from a place of hurt, right? And that's what's beautiful about it. Like, that's what's so incredible, right? When we acknowledge our pain, it becomes the starting point. But when we avoid it, then we do things because we're energetically hurt. And that's why we talk about why avoidant energy often runs directly into the direction of the pain, right? Because if you're doing something from a place of hurt, you're not healing, you're just worsening things, right? But when you start at the hurt, when you acknowledge the hurt is there, well, that is the start of everything, because that is the space by which you can effectively heal, or you can continue the process of learning. So I feel like that's what's really beautiful here, because this is not energy. Like, this is what I keep wondering, like, this is the energy that's moving into relationship, letting go of the preconception that they need to heal before they enter partnership. You don't need to, if you wait for the point by which you heal to enter partnership, you're going to be, you're going to be here for a very long time. Okay. Because when you understand the quality of trauma is the pain that never goes away, then simply coming into the space by which you start by saying, hello, I'm traumatized, right? Then it helps one understand and recognize, right? It helps us understand and recognize one another because it allows us to be able to effectively, it allows us to be effectively introduce, right, the journey by which we ourselves are working to heal. And a little bit of that work every day goes a long way, because I feel like what's interesting, and this is moving us back into those world relationships, clarification between the Nine of Pentacles in its reversal with the Empress card in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got here the Hierophant in its transverse. And what is the Hierophant? What does the Hierophant in its transverse effectively help us with? The Hierophant, the Hierophant in its transverse, especially for these world relationships. You know, I want you to understand that for a lot of these world relationships, I want to describe this. It feels to me, the beauty of those world relationships is being in a relationship by which they don't feel the sake of having to necessarily continually check the temperature of the partnership, right? It's the observation, and I keep on getting this here. This is what we talk about as it relates to a healthy relationship. Because a healthy relationship does not require perpetual temperature checks, right? A healthy relationship does not require perpetual temperature checks. And the reason that we effectively see that has to do with the observation or the experience of being able to effectively identify or recognize what that effective work is. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, that observation of being able to work through something, but not only working through it, but feeling the energetic relief of being in a relationship that focuses on, right? That focuses on those perpetual, right? Those perpetual moments by which they themselves are working through things, that observation or the conditions by which they're working into the space of healing, right? It's actually effectively, right? Not only is it allowing them to move towards their purpose in a way that they never thought possible before, but it's also allowing for the state or nature by which they can effectively articulate or attenuate to another, right? What they never could see before as it relates to healthy partnership. Now, this brings us back to the energy that is deep within divine union, those moon relationships. Clarification between the Seven of Cups in its reversal in combination with the Six of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Chariot card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Chariot card in its reversal, because what we're effectively identifying with the Chariot card in its reversal is it's the conversation, and I want to describe this. You know, the thing I want to identify that's happening, I feel like there's something important to identify that may be happening right now for a lot of those moon relationships. And it has to do with working into the context of relationship and how it changes or affects the experiences outside of relationship. And here's the thing that's wild about it. When you understand that what's so incredible about divine union right? When you understand what's incredible about divine union is that the impact of divine union not only affects the nature of our relationships, but it impacts the quality and condition of the relationships around the self. Then it allows us the context by which we ourselves are able to energetically determine, right, what we are working to heal, right? What we are working to energetically heal versus what we are effectively identifying or recognizing is something that needs to be worked upon, right? And I need to stress this, that for some of these relationships, right, they recognize, like I want to point this out, they recognize, like this is what's so painful about it, right? Divine union, right? Divine union should not impact the relationships around the self, right? There should be no quality or condition by which moving into a healthy union should impact partnership. But this is why we often talk about what often happens. It's like sometimes moving into divine union triggers something similar to what we can expect with a Saturn return moment, which is the state or nature by which another person like works through the feeling of taking something energetically personally, right? Having a lot of these feelings coming up. And so this is why we talk about coming into divine union can be a very healing and revealing process, but it can sometimes feel, right? It can sometimes feel a little bit energetically devastating. And why do we see some of that devastation there? Because you have to recognize that the devastation that you potentially see in those modalities of divine union are the effect of, like, it's the work that they do, that it's the energetic cleansing that occurs in all of the relationships outside or beyond the relationship with the introduction of the divine union, right? Because the only sound you should hear when one moves into divine union is joy. And I'll tell you right now, most energy that's moved into divine union can probably articulate to you, right, that the last thing they heard, like while there was energy by which they navigated that, they also heard energy that moved a lot differently, right? So I feel like that's something that's very important there, because it's the energy that is seeing, right? It's the energy that's feeling a lot of that silence, but they're also identifying it in the fact of the sound of that is the sound of something becoming energetically sacred. Now that brings us to the Six of Swords in its upright, in combination to the Five of Pentacles in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our King of Wands in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing? What are we effectively seeing with the King of Wands in its upright? The King of Wands in its upright, moving back into, right? Moving back into those energies that are in like working through solitude. That what we're effectively identifying or recognizing there. I'm just seeing that a lot of that work that's happening right now in solitude is energy that is getting, right? Like, and I need to point this out. Like, this is really important. Like, these two cards within the context of the center of the spread are very important because they talk, right? They talk about, right? They talk about being able to understand what it means to come into a point of stability, right? When one understands one's sense of purpose, right, then one knows what one is energetically looking for, right? It's a sense of purpose that is identified by our sense of purpose. So we see that for a lot of the energy, right? That's doing, and this is why we often articulate that the identification point of finding counterpart is less about seeking and it's more about being, right? Because when you understand that when you're in your point of being, right, then you draw energy towards you that's in alignment to you, then you don't concern yourself so much with finding perfect counterpart, so much as you concern yourself with being in a state of energetic harmony with the self, right? Because that allows the point by which we ourselves are effectively, right, we're working to be energetically found, right? Like that's what happens. Like it's profound to find the self, because when you're finding the self, then you're profoundly found, right? Like you're profoundly found, which means that the things that are in alignment to you will come towards you, right? And that doesn't mean that you don't try for things, right? Like that doesn't mean like it doesn't mean that you don't put that force of intention towards things, right? But I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is getting more confident on that energetic journey, right? Because it allows, right? It just allows for a lot of that work to occur. So that's what I mean about these strength relationships, right? They're getting stronger in partnership specifically because they're not chasing after one, right? They're being attentive to one. Now continuing to get clarification between our Five of Pentacles in its upright with the Hierophant in its reversal. And this is moving us back into those world relationships. We've got the Lover's card in its reversal. Now, I just got to tell you, okay, it was a Capricorn full moon. Capricorn full moons can stir up a lot of trauma. And I need to point this out. They can stir up a lot of trauma. Trauma, not drama. Okay? Trauma, not drama. Because, and here's the thing, here's the reason why. Because when energy, and here's the thing about it, trauma is the palliative for drama. You'll notice those who have had experienced trauma have no inclination towards drama, right? Like it's the observation of the fact that like trauma often articulates, because and this is the thing you'll notice, right? Trauma is often a very dramatic space, right? And that's why it's a space by which you understand. And this is what we talk about with boundaries. Like the boundaries that we effectively hold towards things have a lot to do with like the energetic placement in terms of one's own comfortability to things. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, right? Like that observation of assessment between what feels, right? Like what feels, like reinforcing what feels energetically stabilizing versus what feels, right? Energy that often, like the attenuation point by which energy feels like they're like another is potentially always trying to overly, I keep on seeing like overly bring trauma out of something, right? Like I feel like there's something about that energy, those world relationships, and this has a little bit to do, I gotta point this out, this has a little bit to do with, how do I describe this? With energy in energy in Leo helps us see the shape of true feelings, is the best way I can describe it, right? And when you understand that energy in Leo helps us see the shape of true feelings, it can often help us be able to attenuate between other energies artifices. And what do I mean by artifice? It's the space by which another person tries to articulate a feeling that they don't truly embody. And the thing about that you have to recognize is when we're navigating the shape of care, then that care, right? And you have to point this out. When we care about each other, we don't feel the need to effectively create, right, caring situations, right? It's often the space by which, like, this is the shape of becoming self-reliant. And I want to point out that something I'm seeing in those world relationships is the like, I feel like for a lot of those energies, like, and this is what I keep on getting in terms of those world relationships, the energy that is, when one is very good at being energetically self-reliant, then one can effectively see where true care lives, right? Because you can see the difference between someone or something that feels energetically supportive versus situations and circumstances that feel less than energetically ideal. Because when you identify something that feels like it's less than ideal, the only sound you should hear is an energetic solution, right? And I feel like that's the thing about it. I keep on hearing like solutions and not absolutions is what I'm getting. And we're gonna go back into the moon the moon relationships here, particularly with the Chariot in its reversal and the King of Wands in its upright. Yeah, we've got this Six of Wands, and this is important too, because we've got the Six of Swords in its upright with the Six of Wands in its upright. And what do we see? What do we effectively see with the Six of Wands and the Six of Swords in energetic union there? The thing that you have to kind of recognize that I'm seeing with energy like that, the Six of Swords with the Six of Wands has to do, and I want to describe this because I feel like this is really important for these moon relationships, is I feel like the best way I can describe what I'm seeing here for these moon relationships is when another person, and I want to just describe it for the, like, and it has to do with these, you have to understand, these moon relationships have gotten energetically exhausted with energy that's constantly looking for things that are proven, right? Because when another person, you have to understand the shape of another's insecurity, right? The shape of another's insecurity is the space by which another person says, prove it to me, right? And that's often, and I told, like, the thing about it is for a lot of these moon relationships, the observation of potentially having to move away from circumstances or situations by which one is identifying the space by which another person gets obsessed with proof instead of embodying, instead of moving towards things. I just keep on seeing, and I want you to understand this with these moon relationships, because I feel like to a certain extent, these individuals have often been blamed for going cold, right? Like these relationships, these energies have often been blamed for going cold. But I feel like this is often the shape or nature by which I can see them articulating that says, right, like when one gets exhausted by another person's perpetual need for proof, it makes one grow cold upon energetic experiences, because it's the circumstance or situation by which you recognize, right, that when another person is trying to build into, right, and trying to build into proving, right, all another person energetically sees is the insecurity, right? So I feel like there's something really important there, either in experiences by which they're trying to explain, right, in experiences by which they're trying to explain why they've moved away, why, like the shape or nature of the trauma that they potentially experienced in the past, versus, and that observation to a certain extent is the amplification of them being able to fully articulate upon what it is that they themselves are actively working to heal. And I feel like that's the feeling of relief that those relationships find in one another, right? Because they're not, like I just keep on seeing, because they're constantly, right? They're not constantly putting each other through proof practices, right? Like they're not constantly putting each other through petty proof practices, which is the modality or the experience by which another, right, by which another requires an energetic demonstration in relationality to what another person feels about them. And this brings us to the energy that is moving. This is moving us deeper into, back into the energy in solitude right now. Clarification between the King of Wands in its upright and the Lover's card in its reversal. Clarification coming through right now with our Temperance card in its upright. And so what do we effectively identify with that Temperance card in its upright? The Temperance card in its upright, I like to see this with the energy in solitude, because what it really articulates is I don't see the energy in solitude rushing into union, right? And that's usually a sign of energetic health, right? Because that observation of effectively finding, right? I feel like there's either a lot of energy in solitude that's finding that center of balance within the self that allows for the understanding, right? When one finds the center of balance outside of partnership, then one looks for relationships that help one energetically maintain it, right? It's the observation or the understanding of what it energetically takes to be able to find or strike a healthy point of balance. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, doing that work, that observation of being able to effectively understand or attenuate for the work that they're effectively doing, I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that force of intention there. But not only is there a force of intention there, but it's the energy that effectively works through something in a way by which they themselves are able to effectively articulate to another what it is that, like I just keep on getting, they're getting much better at moving towards relationship with a sense of vested interest and stated intention, right? Understanding that vested interest and stated intention is never going to move someone away from you if they carry the same purpose. It feels like an energetic relief when you find that in another, because it doesn't feel like you have to go through, right? It feels like you don't have to go through the energetic silliness of navigating another person's lack of just determination. Now this is bringing us back into the final card for today's read, the Six of Wands in its upright with the Temperance card in its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through with that 10. I like to see the 10 of Wands in its reversal here, because the 10 of Wands in its reversal is building into, right? It's building into, how do I describe this best? And I want you to like make sure, like the best way I can, I want to show you this, and I hope you can see what I'm seeing here, right? Okay, and this has been coming through a lot. Okay, I want you to see, right? Okay, I want you to observe this, because you have to see it the way I'm seeing it. Okay, do you see this here? it's showing here, it says a deep tree, right? A deep tree bears fruit, right? Because in order for something to energetically ascend, right? This is what we talk about, right? This is why we talk about it's so important to do the shadow work. This is also why it's like you can't be in this space, like you can't be in this space by which you think that everything is perfect, right? When you think everything's perfect, never have you been more delusional, because it's a space by which you understand that tall things require deep, right? If you want to go tall, you have to go deep. You have to be able to introspect, right? You have to be able to do that inner work. And it's hard, right? Because often when we're doing that inner work feels like a lot of self questioning. It feels like a lot of doubt. But when you understand the shape of nature of your doubt, doubt well applied is fortification. Because when you're working through doubt, right, then that ability of doing something allows you to be sure footed, right? Like that, like when you understand that working through doubt is how you become sure footed, then that is the space by which you often do something, right? You're doing something that others misperceive as ease because they don't understand the full context of what it takes to be able to do it. And this is what happens, right? This is what happens with those that are very good at things, right? You see somebody and you're like, I could do that. And you're like, lo and behold, one can't, because it takes what it takes to be able to reach a point of effortlessness, right? All it takes is everything. It's like all it takes is everything, because it allows for the context by which we are able to effectively put like the full force of intention towards what it is that we're energetically trying to do effectively. And like I like to point out, when we're doing it well, the work speaks for itself, right? When we're doing it well, the work speaks for itself. And that doesn't mean that things are energetically perfect, but the state or nature by which we are effectively able to amplify and articulate that, it it helps us be able to effectively identify what we can do in an even better way. And I feel like that's really important, because to me, like, and I like to point this out, the way I know we talk about the different levels of relationship, but all of the levels are effectively working on the energy that's in, it's like the energy that's in solitude that moves through all of the other energetic fields to a certain extent. And that's why we see, like, to me, that's a lot of that work that we identify here, because it's working into the context of energetic strength. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. So what do we effectively see with that 10 of Pentacles in its reversal? The 10 of Pentacles in its reversal can often work through, right? I need to stress this out. Like, and it's funny too, because I wanted to say, like, we don't base things off our assumptions, right? Because when you recognize that your assumptions are based only on everything that you've known before, then you understand that your assumptions are not a window, they're a door, right? And you can't see through a door, right? All you know is everything you've experienced. So you have to create an open mind about things, which is why we often talk about the fact by which working into the realm of possibility is often very difficult, because again, it requires a sense of balance, right? You can't be too overly optimistic. What is over optimistic? That's naivete. Okay, like, over optimism is naivete. Okay, and naivete can often move us into dire spaces and places, right? But when you're too, right, when you're too focused upon feeling secure that you know everything, then your assumption becomes a wall, right? Your assumption becomes a wall because you say, I can't see anything beyond it, being like, well, of course, you're staring at your assumption all the time. Right? Yeah, so that will happen. Yes, you're staring at your assumption, and you're placing that assumption in everything instead of seeing the possibilities that could potentially emerge. So when we're doing that work carefully, then we allow for the possibility of flourishment, right? And what is flourishment? It's the eagerness by which we effectively attenuate in terms of imagining something that can grow before that we've never seen before, right? We allow for the context of being able to identify and work into the context of what that means or the shape of it or how it effectively attenuates. So when we're effectively doing that, right, incredible things can happen. And the reason that we see that incredible things can happen in those spaces and places is because, right, when we feel limited in our possibilities, we're called to open our eyes more. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it's a two-step process. You have to pay for the reading, you have to book the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal reads today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the ACE cards. Our next class will be held on Thursday, June 16th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 2 cards in the minor arcana. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive as well. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we've navigated. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase this series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Nicole. You got our highest gifter today. You've won that free reading, and thank you so much. You came in second. You'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being Samailio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, and one moment, please. Hi there, Queen. Good to see you today. How you doing today, Hardy? It's July. Oh, hi. I like that, Nikki. Yep, I got you on the list, Hannah. You're good. Oh, buon compleanno to them, Hannah. I know, it's a lot of emotions right now, Colleen. I want to make a body poster where that says all of that. Oh, exactly. Beautifully stated, Nikki. You're so welcome, Colleen. And thank you for sharing the live, Ella. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, thank you as well for being here, receiving these messages, Chasing. I'm right there with you, Ella. And Aura, thank you for becoming the 108th member of my fan club. We just finished the collective, Bridget. Thank you for those roses. Have a beautiful day, Avatar. Good to see you today. Absolutely. All right, we're going to get started on personal readings. The first person that we're reading for today after the collective is going to be Chasing. Chasing, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder to anybody who's joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. Excellent. Hi there, Dustin. Hi there from Brazil. And thank you for those coins, Dustin. I appreciate you. Hi there, Mike, Michelle. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Excellent. Chasing, could you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi there, Arsoth. I'm going to assume that you're giving me a high compliment and calling me a grandmother, because there's no higher valuation point than being an older matriarch in cultures. So I deeply appreciate the compliment. I assume that's how you meant it. Absolutely. How you doing today? Excellent. Oh, I'm sending you support on that journey, Chasing. All right. I mean, I gotta point you out. I think that it's energetic. I mean, Janae, I gotta point out, I think it's energetically endemic of a culture that believes, right? A culture that believes that calling someone a grandmother would ever be seen in a negative, right? It's the highest honor that one can achieve. And cultures that understand that, right, are cultures that recognize the impact. Like, I have to stress, if we want to be able to build into a deeper, like, universal appreciation Like, I guarantee you, if there's energy out there, they're not going to want to communicate with someone that looks at older matriarchal energy in a way by which they see it derisive, because that literally shows the fact that you haven't moved out of the primitive state by which you only see someone from the position by which they can sate an appetite, right? Like, that's like when you recognize the full damage that one creates by having that energetic position, then you understand that it just effectively articulates to another one's lack of maturity. All right, let's get to it. I got you, Chasing. Before we continue with Chasing's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Marcus. It's immature energy, you know? Absolutely. All right, I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And if you guys can do me a favor, I'm going to pin up Chasing. Guys, make sure to give Chasing some love. And also, please thank Bridget for gifting this reading to Chasing. We love to see the community supporting one another. And also, friends, remember, we're going to be gifting another reading away when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 28.7. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Can I get 4 cards? 3 cards for Chasing on navigating relationship. And 1 more, please. This card does not want to stay in the deck right now. So I have to stress, I feel like, the one thing I want to point out here that I think is really positive is I've got a Knight of Cups that's in very close proximity to you. And this is articulating to me that you've got an energetically strong guide protecting you through something, specifically and particularly as it relates to what feels like it's energetically balanced. And the thing you have to recognize about this is and I think that this is really important because, like, whatever I'm picking up here, like, the thing about it, it's like nobody gets to articulate to you. First of all, nobody gets to articulate to you about who you should be, is what I'm seeing here. I think that that's really important. I need to start there, right? Because whatever this is that you're healing from, I feel like whatever it is that you're healing from has to do with healing from another person's false perceptions of you. And especially in the context by which I see you working through false perceptions, you know? Like I literally see somebody trying to be like, "Oh, that's not very you of you." And being like, "What are you talking about?" Right? Because it's like when another person's like, "That's not very you or you of you," being like, "Why are you trying to effectively identify or articulate upon how one should be?" And I think that that's really, like, I think that's really energetically important, because you're not going to let anyone down in being in your authenticity. You're not going to be, you're not going to be effectively working into the context of energetically disappointing. And again, especially, especially if you were putting all of your, and I've had to read for energy like this before, okay? Immature energy will require us to put everything down for them, right? Immature energy will require someone to put everything down for them perpetually, and then try to articulate upon the fact of saying, "Oh, are you taking care of yourself?" Being like, with what time? Right? Like, with what time exactly? That's gaslighting. Okay? That is energetic, gaslighting, right? How dare they? I'm sorry, I just gotta get this out, because like whatever I'm seeing here, like a guy's got some very sharp feelings about it. How dare somebody, how dare somebody ask you to be at their beck and call, right? Right? Literally being in the space by which they need you for everything. And then have the audacity to try to articulate and say to you, "Oh, are you sure? Are you sure you're taking care of yourself?" It requires reciprocity, right? It requires reciprocity. So I want you to be very attentive to that, because I feel like your ability to walk away from some kind of circumstance or situation like that, like I can see how difficult that was, because it almost feels like, and I want to point this out, it feels like somebody, right, being abusive in their ignorance, right? Like people can, and here's the thing about it, someone can be abusive in their ignorance, because there you are effectively articulating upon the fact that you need help with something, and another person going like, "Oh, do you want this type of help?" Being like, "That's not the type of help I need." "Do you need this type of help?" "That's not the type of help I need." Right? And another person like trying to amplify the fact that they're helping, when all they're doing is giving you, right, like it's saying to me like, "Oh, do you need more room to do everything?" You know what I mean? Make it make sense. Do you need more room to do everything? Right? Like that is, it should not, a healthy relationship should not require you to be in a point of absolute exhaustion. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like your ability to move away from that, I feel like the next relationship I see around you, right? It's saying to me, it's not going to require you to fall into a state of crisis to get someone to recognize that you need help with something, you know? And because I like to point this out, like it's giving me a lot of like poor thing energy, right? It's giving me a lot of energy of someone like it's giving me like it's giving me like, it's funny though, because like I keep on hearing the ram will pretend that they're a doe, right? Like the ram will pretend that they're a doe, which will be like, why are you so energetically emotional, right? And I feel like that's really important, because I almost feel like I see this energy from the past trying to come back to you, singing, like I keep on hearing singing some kind of song about the fact that they energetically miss you. Of course they miss you, right? You were the best thing. You were the best thing that ever happened to them. And all they needed to do in return was give you the gift of generosity. Right? You can't, you don't need to be, it's saying to like, I feel like the thing I want to identify here, I'm going to give you some bottom of the deck on it. Yeah, don't let this energy, like, I'm telling you right now, like, the worst thing about this I'm seeing, right? Like, don't let this person try to cry innocent on you. Don't let this energy try to cry innocent on you in relationality to like and I think you probably know what I mean here, right? Because it's saying to me, like, I feel like the one thing I am going to tell you is I feel like I see, if you're not actively in relationship right now, I see a new relationship coming towards you very rapidly. And the thing about this is what I'm getting here in terms of this relationship is, and I think that this is really important to identify. Like, it's saying to me that I see like, I feel like I see something here in relationality to working through the context of what feels energetically proportional. And what I'm identifying here, particularly with this, like, it's funny too, I just keep on hearing a divine counterpart that keeps on insisting, like, they're calling themselves reasonable. And I think it's interesting because I'm not sure if you're healing from a relationship by which another person kept on asking for you to be reasonable. I see this person saying, I'm reasonable, right? Like, they're saying, they're identifying upon the point that they are reasonable, which is, they're not, they're never going to ask something of you, that they're never going to tell you something that defies reason, and they're not going to ask you for things that belie reason. And I think that that's really important. I need to give you a book because they're coming through really, they're articulating upon this, right? They're never going to ask you they're never going to ask you to believe something. I keep on hearing, they're never going to ask you to believe something unreasonable. And they're never going to ask you to do something that belies reason, is what I get. And when I say belies reason, I need to point out, like, belies reason is somebody asking us to do something and being like, why? And someone saying, don't ask any questions. That's weird, is what I'm getting. You know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chasing. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I need to point out, Sunny, Joshua never went around telling everyone to repent. If you go ahead and read Joshua's teachings, Joshua was not asking us to repent. They were asking us to be penitent, which means to be conscientious and caring for one another. So make sure that you're not confusing penitence with repention. Because when you're articulating repention, then you're holding yourself in a point of righteousness in the assumption that you're right and you see negativity all around you. That's you moving into the modality of being a false prophet. I'm just bringing it up so that you can work to heal it. Absolutely. Yeah, make it make sense. Absolutely, Valentina. Mm-hmm. Absolutely agree with you on that, especially all the wisdom and healing. Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that like those who are older matriarchs should have the highest honor, and the fact that we see individuals who feel like saying that to another person would in any way, shape, or form not be seen as an honorific shows us how sick our energetic culture is. I mean, I see that and it's sad. You know, it's heartbreaking. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you so much for receiving these messages, Nicole. Authenticity. Thank you for confirming chasing. Yeah. Yeah, it was like I didn't like that reading because it felt really gaslighty. It felt like someone trying to drive you to the brink, and then when you became explosive, them trying to play the victim in it. Right? Yeah, most definitely. Thank you so much, dear. Sending you support on that journey. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, Ella. The list is open, Diana, if you'd like to get on it. Sending you so much support, dear. Mm-hmm. Nicole. Absolutely. All right, let's continue. All right, the next person that we're reading for today is Anjali. Anjali, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, we've got 2 more spots available before the list is closed. How you doing today, Anjali? Welcome. And while we wait for Anjali's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Thank you for letting me know where you sent the payment. The information. Let me just pull it up. All right, I've got it here. Got you, dear. Absolutely. One moment. One moment, please. Yep. Okay. One moment. Yep. Excellent. All right. Can I please get, I'm going to pin up Anjali here. Hold on a minute, just reading over. Okay. Guys, make sure to give Anjali some love, please. All right. 4 cards, please. Oh. All right. You know, it's interesting because I feel like what I'm seeing here is someone who feels like you're a breath of fresh air. You know? I don't know if this is someone who's had a hard time talking to others in relationality to what it is that they're effectively ideally looking for, but I just keep on seeing somebody like feeling like they're in energetic awe of you to a certain extent. And I just keep on getting the fact that that feeling of awe has to do with just how easy it is to talk to you about things, or your ability to effectively recognize or address something that they themselves, like I just keep on seeing like something in relationality to identifying or working through having some point of clarity. And I think that there's something like the thing I keep on getting in terms of that sigh of relief to a certain extent, seems like they haven't, hold on a minute. You know, I think that one of the things I keep on seeing is potentially them having to navigate situations or circumstances by which others haven't been necessarily as clear in terms of having like a productive conversation towards what it is that they themselves are hoping to effectively maintain. The one thing I want to stress about this is there some kind of locational issue between you and them? Because I feel like I see something where there's all this space, you know? And the other thing I keep on seeing is I feel like I see somebody who in some way is, if someone is fresh out of partnership, I literally see somebody, and I want to kind of tell you what I'm identifying here. I see somebody that, and I want to stress this, and I think that if this is something that they said, I want you to recognize how important it is. Like someone, I keep wondering, someone who is fortifying for a rebound. And I want to stress this. When I say fortifying for a rebound, I don't mean this is someone who fears that they're having a rebound, but there's somebody who does not want to make someone feel like that is what is happening, is what I keep on seeing, right? I literally see some kind of situation by which I'm identifying someone that says the last thing I want you to think is that I'm throwing myself back into partnership without fully understanding the significance to it. Because I see somebody here, I see somebody here that when they commit to something, they're energetically committed, right? Like there's no like, I often see this with like earth sign energy, right? Like it's like with earth sign energy, like having to like work into the context of being like once they effectively commit to something, they effectively commit to it. And I feel like the thing that often happens with them is potentially having to navigate others who like I've got this. I don't know if it happened here in terms of a past relationship, but I see somebody like flipping back and forth on them that was creating some kind of feeling of energetic exhaustion. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I keep on saying I want you to understand that if that is something that they articulated, that is your confirmation, because the fact that they're not beating around the bush about it is why it could never possibly happen, right? Like they're looking at things with a lot of clarity. And I think it's interesting too, because I almost see somebody trying to come back to them and they're just in the space of saying like, no, thank you, right? I feel like I see them closing. I feel like I see them closing a very significant energetic cycle. And when I'm identifying there in terms of the energetic cycle that I see that they're closing, I just keep on identifying it has a lot to do, right? It has a lot to do. I also see them being extremely busy, right? Like this is a type of energy that will potentially go out of their way for something true, because like I don't know why. I don't know, like bottom of the deck. Yeah, I see somebody who travel like it's interesting too, because I almost identify someone. I don't know why I keep on hearing them say distance is no object. Is why do they have funds? Sometimes when someone has funds, this is a type of energy when someone's got funds and they're like distance is no object, it's because like they like it's like must be nice. Like that's like I feel like there's something about that where it's like it's almost articulating to me, and I think that this is important. Like I feel like this is someone that builds into true connection. Like they don't have a lot of time, is what I'm getting. They don't have a lot of time to themselves. So I definitely see somebody here where it's like quantity, not quality. I mean, like not like they're tired of situations where energy is like quantity, not quality, right? Like I see somebody that almost builds into like somebody, like there's something about their schedule that I feel like has been very problematic for them, because I don't feel like they necessarily have full control over it. And somebody taking that personally, um, I feel like this is like a bit of a vulnerability for them, specifically because I just keep on I keep on seeing them say that it's not something that they can control, right? It's something that they themselves are at the behest of. So I think that that's really important, because I just keep on seeing somebody like I feel like this is why, like I feel like they've been hurt before by energy that hasn't necessarily understood that, is what I'm seeing, you know? Like I feel like I see somebody that's very, very purpose driven. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Take a moment to read over the comments that came through. All right. Oh, blessings to you as well, Aman. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you for those gifts. Oh, I just saw that. Okay, thank you for confirming, dear. Oh, thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. Oh, that's awesome. That sounds really cool. Yeah, that's really sweet. It's crazy you say that because he's been genuinely said this to me many times now. Thank you for confirming what I was reading. I feel like I see somebody who's being genuine about that. And Robert, thank you for the follow. Different ways, and the way this man speaks and talks to me sounds like poetry. Oh, that's beautiful. The communication between us is definitely next level. It's been refreshing for me as well. Happy to hear it. Oh, okay. So the distance is a factor. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, they're all over the place. That's what I was getting. Like, they're like, I keep on seeing. It's like, where are they today? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I see somebody being like, it's not as, it's like, I see somebody being like, it's not as cracked up as, like, I see somebody being like, it's not cracked up. Like, it's not a positive thing, is what I keep on seeing. They've expressed it. Yeah, I've expressed the fear and we spoke about it. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, we both got a lot of clarity that we understand that the timing for us, yeah, and the last relationship. I see somebody like they're at the behest of it. It's like, but they're doing something with purpose, you know? Like they're doing it because it's really like I feel like they think that like it's not that they think, they know that it's really important. Hi there, Heather. It makes it a bit hard. We both know we want to take our time getting to know each other. Absolutely. A solid foundation. Okay, thank you. That's why I saw somebody like all over the place. It's funny that the word fun. I was like, oh, distance is no object. That must be nice. Like, what's that like? Okay, yeah. Oh, you said thank you for confirming. So you said that, and they said they were only 24 hours away. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, which again, I like I get it. Like, yeah, this is true. Also, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, they've been really stressed out. Lots of things out of their control. No, I get that. I saw that. Yeah, pretty good at helping each other. No, I get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I just keep on seeing someone being. I literally see a situation by which others like thirst for their job and being like they like nobody like. It's insane. Like I saw someone being like it's insane. Like, it was a lot. Yeah, thank you for confirming, dear. How are you doing today, Dharm? Okay, let's continue. All right, the next person we're reading for today is I've got Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, and just a reminder to anybody else who wants to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. All right, I see you, Hannah. How you doing today? What's up, Vishnu? Excellent. And while we wait for Hannah's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Thank you, Spark, for the compliment. How you doing today, and Theo? Good to see you. And thank you as well, Coca. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the wolf. We'll do it again after the next reading. Vishnu, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. It's 3 cards for $29 or more for those that are non-paid members. You can find the links to get on the link via my bio. Ooh, mind, body, spirit. I love it. Haven't had one of those in a while. Feels right. Okay. 4 cards, please. I got you, Nicole. Yep. You're after Melissa. Okay. Two more. It's interesting because the one thing I'm identifying is I feel like I see you carrying a lot of trauma. Based around like it's like I see you having like needing to heal from some kind of relationship where somebody had a lot of dysmorphia, right? And the hard part about it, and this is like what's wild about dysmorphia, is that dysmorphia often projects, our dysmorphia often will project out onto those around the self, right? Which is like somebody, like basically it's like when somebody is not happy with their vessel, you'll never see, right? When someone's deeply unhappy in their vessel, they become deeply over invested in other vessels, right? Like that's the message that I'm effectively getting from something, right? The deep unhappiness of another person in their vessel that is reflected in an over obsession on our own is what I keep on getting. Hold on. Hmm. And I want you to understand, I keep on hearing that was them, not you. But it's hard because sometimes, and this is the worst part about it, sometimes even when we recognize that that happens, right? We can't shake, right? We can't shake the memories. Like we can't shake the memories of having to navigate, right? And I want to point this out, like, and I want to stress whoever this was, nobody was saying anything at all. Like it feels to me like, and I need to stress this, you'll often notice that when somebody is overly invested about us, they'll often try to invent, I keep wondering, they'll invent imaginary people to say things that they don't want to say. I don't know who this person was, but I'm just bringing it up. I'm just bringing it up. Like whoever that person was, like I keep on getting somebody who would like literally invent imaginary people to give you their notes. That's really weird and sad if that was occurring. But I mean, I'm just going off what the guides are articulating. So like, I feels to me like I feel like the guide wouldn't articulate that in and that's often like I keep on getting in the context of friends or in the context of articulating. I keep on hearing they were making up conversations that didn't happen. Um, Whatever that is, I'm glad that you're away from it because it feels like I keep on seeing, right? You have to understand some things like you can't, when another person is that deep within their own, like, and I keep on getting, like, it's disturbing. It's disturbing. Like, I want to, and then, like, the fact that you had to navigate that in some way, I want you to understand you did not create that person. That person found you and you're in the process of healing from it. But, and here's the thing, sometimes even when we recognize that another person was deeply disturbed, like, and that's the worst part about trauma, you can recognize that someone was deeply disturbed, but it still hurts, is what I keep on getting. So I want you to be conscientious of that because I feel like I see you, right? Like, I think that what you can do right now in relationality to healing is being able to effectively appreciate. I feel like you have to appreciate how absolutely stunning you are. Because I just need to point this out, and it happens every single time. Okay? Energy like that, always pick somebody who's already stunning to begin with. Right? Already stunning to begin with. Absolutely stunning to begin with, right? And the way you can usually tell is and oh my gosh, this is like um especially if they were comparing you to something, like you have to, like, what I'm seeing there You know what I mean? Like, it's weird too, because it almost feels like somebody, um, that it feels like they were trying to give you advice to look more like someone, but they didn't want to tell you who they wanted you to look like. So it feels like they were trying to give you, like, I feel like they're trying, like the guides are trying to articulate that they weren't trying to effectively. You were already stunning, but they were trying to make you look similar to someone. And so I want you to be really conscientious about that, which says like love yourself, but also love yourself in your uniqueness. Because the thing about it is like, and I know this is going to sound weird, it was creepy before, but it feels even creepier. Right? Like, I feel like it's like, that's what I keep on getting on it, right? The reason that they were articulating those things, you realize that, I don't know if you put it together, the reason they were articulating that was because it wasn't the fact that they were trying to tell you. They weren't points of advice. They weren't points of advice to make you look more stunning. You have to heal because you have to recognize the advice they were giving you was not about more stunning. It was about more similar. Ooh. Wow. That's weird. I'm really glad. I'm glad you indicated that you were blocking that person. I'm very glad to hear you did. That's weird. That's weird. That's like that is super like absolutely like no. So I want you to remember you keep on loving on yourself right now because embody yourself more. And I guarantee you, if that energy acts up and gets more upset about things you're doing, right, to effectively identify or to make your body more your own, let that be your confirmation, right? Yeah, like I keep on hearing like your guides are like, that's your vessel, not theirs, right? And what are they gonna say? Right? What is that creepy energy gonna say when they see you making something your own? You're ruining it. Right? Like they're like, what is what is that energy? Right? What is that energy gonna say as you're making it your own? Right? They're gonna say you're ruining it for what? Like what do you mean? We're ruining it for what? Creep like, like ruining it for what, right? Ruining it for what, you weird creepy person is what you like, for what is the question, right? When someone says you're ruining it, right, the next thing you have to say is for what. No way, absolutely not. I'm glad you're away from them. That no, you're not going to deal with them again. Yeah, like that's like, oh my gosh. Ugh, I'm sending you so much support. Yeah, like I have to tell you, you've got a guide around this. Like it's saying to me like these two cards in combination, this is like creepy weird to like the highest degree. Ugh, right? And I bet this is like one of those situations by which they come across like real sweet and things turn sour like almost immediately. Probably the minute you try to do anything for yourself, right? Like the minute you started doing anything, like in the realm of like your autonomy, like you rock on with that autonomy is what I keep on seeing, because especially with a mind body reading like this, right? Your guides are like remember, your guides love you. Look like, you know what your autonomy, you know what your guides say when they see you in your autonomy? You look amazing in that, right? You look amazing. Like you look amazing in that autonomy. You keep on wearing, you keep on rocking out in it. Thank you so much. Thank you for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if anybody else would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. No problem, Nicole. Yes, Kat, the list is open. You're welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. This is wild. Hi there. Yeah, I think I have blocked a lot of the comments. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was reading on. Mm-hmm. Sending you support on that journey. Grand Rising, Dharm. How you doing today, Vishnu? Oh, thank you for the compliments, Mark. And welcome, Raj. Hi there, Fox. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. I appreciate you. Welcome from Missouri. I know I don't I you know here's the thing about it, and Theo, it's even stranger because the individuals who are paid members are not showing up in my comments. I'm trying to bring it up with the app because not only is that occurring, but we're also having the experience by which those who pay to be members, their messages aren't appearing. So I believe it's a lot of child energy, is my best assessment. Mm-hmm. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, James. I hope things go well. Sending you support. All right, perfect. Excellent. Yeah, that makes sense. I couldn't ever live up to it because it wasn't even the best version. It would listen. Your guide see you as getting away from some super weird energy. So you should be really proud of yourself. Is what I keep on getting because it feels to me like the type of energy that wanted to like not only keep you on the shelf, but like they were trying to make you look like someone, which is like super weird. Yeah. Yeah, with someone else completely, which isn't possible. That's wild. Yeah, my self image has really healed in the last few years, continue to do so. But I know I feel like it's hard because I feel like often energy like that, it creates deep scars, right? But if you're paying attention to that, right? Like don't let it get the best of you, especially if it was just them. Oh, thanks, Pop. So good to see you today, dear. Ella, I got you. Yep. Yesterday, right? Hold on a moment. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Ella, you're on the list. We've got one more spot today. And the next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And anybody else who'd like to get on the list right now, we've got one more spot available before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight and private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. Hi, dear. I'm happy to read the list. The list we got right now is Nicole, Melissa, and Ella. And we got one more spot before the list will be closed. Excellent. Kath, I'll confirm. And the list is now closed. So if anybody else wants to get on the list, you can get on the list today and you'll be read for tomorrow. You'll also have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective if you get on the list today. Thanks for the help, Pops. Appreciate it. All right, let's get started. Nicole, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And yes, Kathy came through. And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox, which here's the thing about it. I feel like this card follows you around a lot, Nicole. I'm not surprised to see it there. We're located in the States, Deepak. James, again, I appreciate that, but I have to stress, the reason we articulate that these are donations here is we understand that it's not within everybody's means. So whenever you can, it's here. But in the meantime, also feel free to stay with these for these messages, because the guides understand, right? The guides understand if something is beyond our ability, which is why they often deliver messages through other readings as well. Hi there. I know. I appreciate that, and Theo. Your life, don't describe your life as a disaster, Garis. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. But the list is closed today. But we will be doing, for those who are waiting for one card readings for super fans or for paid members, we've got 4 more reads today before we get started. So we'll start those up in about 40 minutes. I love that question, James. It's a great question. Case by case basis. Case by case. All right. Excellent. No, you wanted that earlier. I always go with fire dragon or fox, the most prevalent. Oh, very cool. The frog doesn't count. Absolutely. Yeah, I've heard good things, Kath. All right, I'm doing well today. Anil, how are you doing? All right. And thank you, Kenny, for the follow. Highest priority's fine. I got you, dear. I got these coming out already. All right, can I get one more, please? Wow. Those are some powerful cards right there. Jeez. You know, it's interesting too, because the message that I have coming through, is it's just straight up a divine counterpart message, which is identifying or trying to articulate to you someone that is going to fully understand everything that they've been through. Hold on a moment. Okay. All right. So, as I was saying, so the thing I keep on getting is it's articulating to, you know, one of the things I just keep on seeing is, and I need to stress this, and we can get into it too. I feel like there's something about this divine counterpart that feels really deeply connected to your past. You know, And I want to stress something here, because the message that's coming through in relationality to what can and can be healed from the past is identifying, and this sometimes comes through as it relates to, I need to write this down. Um, there's something to understand about going through karma when we're very young, because you have to understand the young never have their priorities straight. Okay? And when we articulate upon the fact that those that are energetically young, when we recognize the fact that when we're young, we don't have our priorities straight, you'll often see individuals uh, who are able to effectively identify that they did not appreciate something or someone when they had them, right? And this is often what happens, because I feel like I see like the observation of being able to understand, like what we identify as true journeying is often recognized by the fact that there's a lot of time that energetically elapses. And the time by which things elapse, there we are perpetually learning, right? And it's often the space by which, and I keep on seeing that this is the observation of being able to say to another, right? Giving someone the benefit of the doubt in the idea that they have potentially learned and grown in the space between the time that you once knew them. I feel like there's something very important there, because what I'm basically identifying is the thing that's interesting about it is it's weird, because I'm almost picking up on someone who almost feels a lot of ferocity based upon what happened. And what's so interesting about that, it's like the thing that's so interesting about it is I just keep on hearing messages like, I always knew they had it in them, right? And it's interesting because like everything, I keep on picking up on something here. It feels like somebody that in some way, shape, or form has some connection to the situation. And so I want you to understand, and especially I keep on saying, you know, I need to point this out. Especially, this makes sense, especially with the fox and the guide. Yeah, there's a lot of messages. I get it. There's a lot of messages coming through to you about the idea or the concept of when we return back to each other, we effectively transform, right? Like it's saying to me, like I keep on seeing that, like they're almost identifying or articulating in terms of paying attention to transformational processes, which is the observation of saying that it went, and this is why we identify, right? This is why we identify that, like, there are things that can heal when time passes in the context, right? In the context by which our priorities change. And I think that there's something very, I feel like there's something very significant and important there, because everything I'm getting with indication on this person I'm reading into is someone who may feel like they knew you at a time when their priorities were completely out of whack, is what I'm getting. And I keep on hearing, like, trust your discernment, right? Like, trust your discernment in the difference. Like, I keep on seeing in the difference, and I keep on seeing not necessarily ever someone who put you down, but somebody who was always lifting you up. Hold on, this is very important. Someone who was always lifting you up, but just never ready. Okay, there's something very significant about those terms. I want you to make sure you're writing those down in terms of what I'm seeing. Someone who was always lifting you up, but was just never ready, which means not somebody who was ever effectively mean to you or harsh to you, but somebody who just, again, potentially articulated to you the fact that they weren't ready for a relationship, or someone that you used to have a deep friendship with, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much. And I feel like this is important because this does feel to me like this is either something from the present or past life. And I actually feel like it's connected to both. Because I need to stress this, like, you're in the process of breaking a bad cycle in the best way possible. Excellent. And remember, right, that's what you're doing. They're doing it too. All right, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The list is closed. The list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll have priority. And for those who are waiting for 1-card readings, we've got 3 more reads today before we move into personal. So if you'd like to become a paid member or a super fan, you'll be able to have a 1-card reading once we get to that in about 30 minutes. Excellent. I'm reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. I got you, dear. Yeah. Hi there. Thank you as well, Nicole. Excellent. Oh, thank you for encouraging everyone to help us to get to 50K, Nicole. I appreciate you. And thank you for also receiving these messages, Marcus. Oh, anytime you like, again, Nicole, if you want to do that, just let me know. Just if you want to send over, if whenever you want to, just send over the donation, and then we can figure out the best day that works for you. Absolutely. Oh, that's so cool, Per. Mm-hmm. I don't think this relationship's going to make you question it. Yeah. Oh, I'm with you, Per. I'm right there with you on that. Not for me. Not for me. Yeah. Nope. Mm-hmm. Baby steps. Yeah. Ooh, sounds nice. Excellent. All right. Oh, we get to 50K. Wonderful. Yeah, I hope to go back too. I love it there. Hi there, Maya. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority. I would ask that you please don't repeat the same question in the chat space. It's not how you have questions answered here. It will get you muted, but if you want to become a super fan, we'll be doing free one card readings shortly for those who are super fans or paid subscribers. We haven't done one cards yet, Avatar. You're in good shape. Excellent. All right. Hi there, Jerry. Gari, the list is closed today for anyone asking for readings, but if you want to become a paid member, I will be doing one card readings for those who are paid members once we finish these readings. Excellent. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, the next person we're reading for, hold on. It's interesting because it feels to me like somebody who used to know you a long time ago. Like I have to tell you, whatever I'm seeing here, like the connection has been separated for a long time. Get confirmation on that. All right. The next person we're reading for today is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, dear. How are you today? Oh, 50K. Wait, Melissa, hold on. I got to do the 50K. Thank you for letting me know where you sent it. Where did you send that? Is it on? Is it in the? Okay, in Disco. I got you. And just a reminder, if you're a Superfam or paid member, you should have access to our Superfam only Disco channel if you have information you want to share with me before we start our readings. Kels, thank you for those heart me's. And again, if you are a Superfam and would like a one card shortly, please make sure that you're recharging your heart me's as well. Thank you for reposting, Kels. All right, before we continue, I am going to be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. I'm currently thinking of a number right now between 1 and 41. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, that was fast. Nicole, congratulations, you got it. Well done. We will do that again after the next reading. I mean, not after the next reading, when we get to 100K. Guys, get it. All right, when we get to 100K, I'll be doing another giveaway. Thank you guys so much for tapping those screens. Absolutely. All right. When am I going to start tomorrow's reading? So we'll probably be on tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Gwari, if you'd like to get on the list. How you doing today, Sumaya? Absolutely welcome. I mean, I appreciate the note, John, but I'm afraid I'm not sure who that individual is. Hi there, Gila. All right, let's continue. I got you, Ruby. We've got, so Ruby, give us about 30 minutes, I'd say. All right, and now we're reading for Melissa. I got to read over this. Just bear with me. Where'd you post it? I know. Oh, no wonder. Hold on. Yeah, it's always a little bit tricky when you guys send it to me through there. Um, just bear with me a minute. Got it. Ooh, okay. We're doing a dream interpretation. You know what that means. I gotta bust out the dream coconut. Ooh, I like that one. How you doing today, planet? Okay. And before we continue, well, we'll do the card afterwards. Dream interpretation. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Melissa? Outside, got it. I really don't remember anything from it besides being in my California apartment and visiting a friend whose house caught on fire. May I have the remaining cards on my trip to Santa Barbara for business? It was a mixture of healing, account draining, and the sense of feeling humanity and present while I was there. I know I keep getting readings on this location, but the place really does something to me. No, I don't think there's, first of all, I don't have anything to apologize for in relationality to the reading. Um, yeah. Hi there, Daniel. All right. Yeah, 2 on there. So it sounds to me like you want to split this reading up, 2 in terms of the dream and 2 in terms of the space. Yeah, no, that's fair. So the first dream is shadow work. The first dream is shadow work because the first thing that we're effectively seeing is anytime we're moving towards a healthy manifestation goal, we've got to navigate, right, the anxiety or the fear energetically associated with it. And we see further indications on the fact that there's energetic shadow work there in the context by which we recognize that one of the things that we see is sometimes shadow work appears in the form of those who we wouldn't expect it through, right? So being able to see or observe someone going through an energetic tragedy point, but something that has, right, a bit of commonality in the locationality by which you're effectively aspiring to go, right? Like that is effectively identifying or helping you work through any shadow work that may effectively need to be relieved as you're continuing to work towards that manifestation goal, because it's the observation of you understanding, right? Like, and I want to stress this because I feel like sometimes when people get dreams like this, they get worried that they are indicative of something. In a situation like this, I don't see this indicative in anything beyond the fact that everything that we keep on noticing, like, and I want to point this out, everything we keep on noticing around your dream space are guides continually trying to show you the shape or nature by which something is potentially becoming a reality. And I want to point this out. The observation of this type of shadow work coming towards you could be indicative of the fact that you're getting closer to that manifestation goal, right? Because it's helping you work out, right? All the positives and negatives in an energetic experience. It's helping you effectively work the kinks out, as it were. So I would say, like, and I'll be the first one. Look, I'll be the first one to say this, right? I'll sometimes have readings. I'll be like, this is energetically important, versus saying this, like this particular dream, um, it feels like a fortification dream in terms of helping you feel energetically steady. Because, and I want to point out, the reason I'm articulating that too is because, right, you notice how when you were identifying that you were looking for the location, the first thing that you potentially arrived to was the observation of needing rent, right? And then the other thing that we potentially see that you were arriving to was the observation of being able to find the right number and then trying to find the right location. So this is you potentially working through the shadow work in the space by which not only are you seeing the positives of a manifestation goal, but you're embodying, right, the energetic fear that others potentially carry there, right? So that is actually articulating the fact that this is moving towards you even closer, right? Because it's building into the full reality of awareness, both in the positives of something, but also in the gravitas of things that you have to effectively navigate as you move towards it. Now, in relationality to what we're energetically seeing in terms of working into the context of the experience of healing. One of the things I think that is interesting was the fact that you're articulating upon that trip, and you said that there's that mixture of healing, but also you identified that feeling of humanity and presence while I was there. Because what you're effectively doing, right, is, I feel like in a way what we're seeing in these dream spaces is that slowly you've been moving your consciousness there, right? And you moving your consciousness there, right, has already been happening a lot of time while you were basically working through the dream space. But the fact that you said that um, the trip itself, um, you said, and I think it's interesting the way you articulated this, the sense of feeling humanity and presence while I was there is working through, like, that is you potentially noticing, right? And I like to point this out. Sometimes when we arrive somewhere, we can feel our future there, right? And so that's what I basically see is happening there, right? You're feeling your future because, like, I feel like a lot of this has been you kind of trying to find the right fit, right? And if it felt like, I keep on saying, if you felt like an energetic sadness point in leaving and trying to identify, like, how soon can I basically get back there, right? I would, and this is something that I would be very interested, I think it might be very interesting for you to effectively do at this time, is I think it might be a really good practice, as it were. I don't know. Have you already done, um, have you already done some astrocartography in relationality to this locationality? Because, I mean, I would actually encourage you. I think that this might be a really good time to get some astrocartography on it, because there's so much energy that I see related to you and this locationality. It would potentially be helpful to identify what astrocartography is there, because there might be something about that astrocartography that helps you be able to ascertain how to make it an energetic reality. And if you need references in terms of individuals who can help you with that, just let me know, because I feel like there's something like I just keep on, like, the funny thing, because the reason I say that is because the reading I'm getting here is your lines, like your sublime lines are there, right? Like, this is me seeing sublime lines bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, a bit of this Hierophant energy, right? You're in, like, you have to understand, like, you're working through, like, the hard part is over from the perspective of the guides, because what you're really trying to do right now is figure out the how, right? It's trying to figure out the ideal how, right? It's like it's knowing like what you aspire for, but like your ability to effectively determine or effectively identify what feels energetically correct is, like, I see, like, is like what you are effectively recognizing, like you've already, the hard part, and I know this sounds a little bit weird, is, you know, we always see things from like the substantial, but the guides don't see things from the substantial, right? They're like, oh, those are the guides are always like, oh, those are the details, right? Like, those are like, so I feel like what's happening right now is I feel like you're getting a better sense on building into the attentiveness in relationality to where your life path is leading, right? So I feel like honor that to a certain extent, because I feel like what you're really experiencing is you're hitting that inevitable point where it feels like it's not a question of when, it's just a question of how, right? Like you feel that effective inevitability point that's guiding you towards that direction. Absolutely. And thank you again, Melissa, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. It better be outside tea. I love that. I love when you guys get so like pushy about the outside tea. Everyone is entitled to the way they want their tea, okay? Yep, absolutely. We love the tea for the room. Yes, exactly. Yeah, like, no, the shadow work in dreams was a result of Jupiter being in Cancer. Yeah, you took the trip. I do know. Okay, you send them over. I'll send you those references, dear. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Ella. Ella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority. How you doing today, Levitat? Welcome. I got you, Ella. Okay, I've got you, dear. All right. How you doing today, Green? And thank you so much, Victoria, for those jewels. I appreciate you. Excellent. And for those who are waiting for one card readings, we'll be starting those in about 20 minutes, maybe less. Okay, I got you. Ella, I'm at a major crossroads on many levels, trying to build a more secure financial base, taking steps, but any guidance? Keep on seeing, interesting, the number 30,000 in large numbers in dreams. Okay, so it's a dream reading. Cool. All right, you know what we do with a dream reading? Ooh, I like that one. And before we get started, I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Excellent. And I'm going to pin up Ella here. Guys, make sure to give Ella some love. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. You got a guide that feels like it's like they're like you're not trying, you're doing. You're being too hard on yourself. I'm just sorry. You got a very loud guide. Where's your book? Goodness. It's I'm sorry. I'm laughing because like you've got a guide that's like identifying that like they feel like your security is found in you embracing your gifts. And something, and it feels to me like a gift that you put in the closet for a long time, right? Like they're showing me, they're saying like dust off your gift. And I feel like the thing about it is I'm getting here, like they're saying dust off your gift because I just keep on hearing just because you didn't pursue it doesn't mean you can't teach it. Like it feels like there's something very fundamental about that I'm getting. And it has to do with you getting your confidence back, because it feels to me like I'm getting some kind of sense that there was a karmic that like effectively knocked your confidence out on something in terms of being capable. So I want you really like, I really want you pursuing the things that make you happy right now. And it has to do, like, and this is going to get us over to that 30,000. So the reason I want to kind of bring up the 30,000 here is because you have to understand, hold on. Yeah. So you have to, I'm sure you've heard me say this before, but we can't, it's very hard for us to be able to bring numbers or words back from the dream space. We're not supposed to be able to read numbers and words in the dream space. So when we can, there's something very important and interesting happening there. And the thing about I keep on getting is there's a few different connection points that we have to draw with the 30,000. The first is leagues under the sea. Okay? So 30,000 is saying, is why I was articulating upon hidden gifts, right? Because 30,000 leagues under the sea often talk to us about journeys that require us to do that deep inner work, right? To find the confidence to do something that we never thought possible before. It could also be indicative of something connected to shadow work, right? Because especially with things like that, like 30,000, it's also saying that there's something connected to that and therapeutic, things that are energetically therapeutic. I'm also getting here things that are potentially somatic, therapeutic and somatic with a connection to the 30,000. But again, it has to do, right? Because it's about deep diving, right? It's about something that requires one to dive down in order to emerge restored. I would be very curious. I would be very curious if these dreams had any water elements in them. So I want you to make sure, right? I want you to make sure that you're sleeping with a book and a pen by your bed, okay? Because you can't you can't be in this space. Don't you want to make sure that you're not going into the dream space seeking clarity, right? On what your gifts are, and not being ready to write down, right? Not being ready to write down what you see is what I keep on getting. And you have to, and I want you, and here's the thing about it, I want you to also understand, if you wake up and you can't remember, I want you to write down no memory. Okay? Because even in the space by which you are effectively identifying that you have, right, that you don't have any dream recall, what you're getting yourself into the habit of is doing it first thing. Okay? So I want you to make sure that that is not the last thing you do. I want you to make sure that's the first thing you do every time you wake up. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, so something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, we've got the Hermit card in its reversal. So the Hermit card in its reversal is saying to me, like I said, this is speaking a lot towards hidden gifts or talents. This is also, like, I feel like one of the things I would also suggest right now is practicing some energetic connections to the higher self, trying to go into meditation and connect to the higher self and say, show me what we're doing right now, right? Show me what we're doing. Show me what we're doing. Having gone on that journey, right? I say after the 30,000, right? Say after the 30,000. So after going through that dive point, saying like, what are we effectively bringing up? Show me the treasure, right? Show me the treasure. Show me your treasures. Show me your treasures to your higher self, okay? Because it almost says to me that this moment that you're in is potentially the 30,000 league moment, which means things should be moving back up from here. So I don't want you to be scared. I want you to be energetically aware. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. I totally meant owl. Literally at the gym saying owl, owl, owl. I love it, Janae. Amazing. How you doing today, Sabata? How you doing today, Apka? Yeah, I feel stuck at 401. Yeah, because you're in 401 and you need to get the 30,000. I get it. Yeah. Trying to make time. Absolutely. Okay, well, I want you making sure that you're writing those things down. Okay. Okay. Excellent. I do want to ask a favor. Kath, would it be at all possible for me to move your reading? Would it be at all possible for me to move your reading to tomorrow? I've got something I immediately need to address. If so, I'll be happy to give you an extra card as well. I wonder what it means when there's water in dreams. It means different things depending on the dream. I really appreciate that, Kath. Thank you for understanding. Excellent. All right, and again, I'll also give you 2 cards today. I appreciate that. Excellent. All right, so we're going to move into 1 card readings for my super fam and for those who are paid subscribers. So if you're a super fam and you'd like to have a card pull, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a super fam, go ahead and let me know. Nicole, you just had 1,000,000 cards come out. I'm going to read them here. Okay. Higher self, what should I be meditating hard on to ascend? Don't ascend from someone trying to make your life difficult, right? When someone's trying to make your life difficult, don't give them the luxury of your headspace. Animal Oracle, yeah, right? That's the fox energy, right? Moving on. I feel like you've got a guide deeply connected to this. This card keeps coming up to you, helping you. Like, it's interesting. It's like the guide that helps one with like being more distracted. The fox is like, I am here to teach you how to get distracted from things that are bothering you. Yeah. 1 card, highest priority for Ravana. You're doing just fine. I know you're overthinking it, right? Like, don't overthink a good decision, right? Sometimes things like, I'm trying to draw, right? I feel like this is you healing from some energy that was making you doubt. Like some energy, like some twisted energy will literally change speeds to make us distrust our intuition. The guides say that this is behind you, not before you. Absolutely. Avatar, 1 card. Hold on a minute. 1 card, highest, please, for Avatar. Why are they being weird? Yeah, you know what? Like, let the weird be the closure. You know? Like, I like to point out, it says to me, like, yeah, man, like, let the weird, like, honestly, you've got a guide, let the weird be the closure. Because honestly, sometimes energy that wants attention will be intentionally obtuse because they've learned that it makes someone like curious. Like, don't let curiosity be the foundation of a relationship. Nikki, 1 card, highest, please. Help somebody recognize another person trying to make them feel energetically left out, right? Like especially like you having to say to somebody, like, yeah, someone being like, yeah, they're trying to make you feel left out, right? Let that be the closure in terms of being able to thrive, because I keep on seeing when somebody thinks that they're trying to leave someone out, another person is seeing someone actively being locked out, right? They're doing the opposite, right? What they think they're doing the absolute opposite, right? What they think that they're doing, it's not somebody being left out, it's another person always remembering, another person locking someone out. Mm-hmm. I got you, Kath, highest priority. Um, yeah, man, don't let someone draw you into their drama. It feels like, I don't know why, I feel like there's somebody around you intentionally trying to gaslight another to drive a relationship into the ground, right? Don't let them make you the vehicle that they're trying to drive the relationship into the ground, especially because I've got a healthy connection here that's articulating that they would never do that to you, right? They're coming. You've got a divine counterpart saying, "When you find me, I will be free." Thank you so much. One card around dinner with them. Wow, Hangman. I feel like they want to talk to you about how stuck they've been feeling. You know, like they have a hard time opening up. Yeah, again, the Chariot, right? Making sure that there's not so much time intervening. They have a hard time articulating. Like, I feel like you have to say to them, like, you are not someone who pushes boundaries. So identifying and saying to them, like, look, can we get something else on the calendar so we don't have to wait so long on something? You know, like, I see somebody that like has a hard time keeping up with their schedule. Ava, one card for the soul sister. They're right with you every step of the way. They're going to be your energetic protector. I feel like they're protecting you in spirit right now. This Chariot card doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck, right? They feel like it too. They feel like they're missing some. Like, have you ever missed someone you've always known with this Fox energy, right? I feel like there's something really beautiful about that in terms of being able to feel like somebody who doesn't feel like someone you can be within your authenticity, that isn't going to use that authenticity to their own advantage. Janae, one card, highest priority in regard to finances, please. Look for ways that you could be doing something more effectively. Yeah, now's the time to be able to curb any over expenditures. I keep on seeing, especially those little ones. Yeah, like the little ones that go a long way. Like, it's saying to me, like, maybe like some kind of energetic purge, like just removing everything and then seeing what you actually need. Yep, two cards for per inner feelings on that, them, nothing work related. It feels like, I love this guide because they're like I feel like the guide keeps on saying like that the guide only doesn't try to bring you to problems. Remember, that guide in the dream was saying, I don't try to bring you to problems, I bring you to messages, right? The guide saying, pay attention to what I was trying to articulate to you, right? Not what others, like, trust what they say, not what others say, in terms of understanding. Like the guide saying, help me protect you, right? The guide saying, I'm not calling your attention to problems, I'm helping you see things with more clarity. Yep. One card, highest priority for Estevan. You don't have to tell anybody your business. Your business is your business. Bottom of the deck, energy earns a right to your business. If somebody wants to ask you questions, you can just say, like, especially as it relates to what you're doing, be like, I haven't decided one way or another, right? Like, allow the space by which you can articulate the shape by which you're thinking, rather than telling them what you're planning to do. Mm-hmm. It froze the whole time. That's wild, because what I was basically saying is, like, think about doing a pure cleanse in relationality to, like, all those little things that are taking things away from you. Just like ending everything and restarting what you absolutely need to. Ruby, one card on them seeing them soon. I feel like they've been thinking about you a lot, you know? But I also see somebody that's still working through something in terms of the realm of their confidence. Yeah, making sure that you're clear in terms of the expectations as it relates to what you aspire for in relationship with them. You're so welcome, Per. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who is a super fam or a paid member who hasn't had a one card pull today. If you became a super fam today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fam only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. I got you, Erica. Highest priority for Erica, please. Talk more about yourself. Put yourself forward for this. You might be the best person for the job, but only if you articulate it. Yeah, don't let somebody put doubt on you, right? Like don't listen to naysayers. Like naysayers might say nay because they want the yay, right? So make sure that you're just doing something and seeing how it works out instead of over listening to another person's advice who might be moving towards the same thing as you. One card for Island, please. I feel like that person that you just met is a real one. They've got some tangible plans for you. Bottom of the deck, yeah, don't let that past person shake your confidence in terms of another person's intention, right? I feel like I see you on a healing journey. Give someone the benefit of the doubt until they give you cause to doubt. All right. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys again for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to each and every one of you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. I'll be back on tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.